Alright. That one works, and that one works. Okay. So, hello everyone. I might be slightly distracted today because, well, um, late stream was late, and B, waiting for food to show up. Shoot. And, they said it was on its way, and then they turned around and said, they kind of undid it. So I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Anyway, where are we here? Tonight is Dissension, so let's do some Dissension. Let's see here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for cards that are mono white. So ID equal white, color equal white. And this is where we get to start. So Dissension, third set in the block. Whoops. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3. There we go. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes open because my order should be ready like any minute, and I haven't heard anything from them yet. Like it should be here. And I don't know what happened. Anyway, I guess I'll be calling them soon and figuring out what's going on. Anyway. Because I should be getting a message, should be getting a call, should be getting a something. Anyway, yeah. So tonight is Dissension. Tonight we get, what was it? The Azorius. The Azorius, the Rakdos, and the Azorius, Rakdos, and who did Black get? No, Black got the Rakdos. Who did Green get? The Simic. So I mean, they, like I said before, they took the 10 2-color combinations, split them up, and went, hey, by the way, what's the best way to split this? Well, probably the best way to split it is 4, 3, and 3. Because especially, this is back when you had blocks that were 3 sets in size. You know what? I'm gonna give them a call real quick. I will be right back. Whoops. Well, I might as well do this while I wait. Yeah. So, has the Exonerator. Realistically, if you're looking for something to blow up enchantments, even as, you know, unless it's got a creature type that you legitimately actually care about. Oh, apparently. Apparently, it should be here in a few minutes. Never mind. Yeah, unless the actual creature type actually matters to you, or something of that nature. Um, yeah, unless something like that is the case, I wouldn't bother. There are much better options. There's 3/1s that you can just. I think there's even like 3/1s or 2/2s that you can just plain sack for it. Um, and here's the thing. This only blows up an aura. The creatures I'm thinking about can blow up, artifacts or enchantments. So, yeah, I don't see a good reason for playing this over similar cards. I just don't see it. This, on the other hand, I can see a reason for. While as a general rule of thumb, you're paying 3 mana, you'd rather have an actual anthem effect. Alright. Yeah, while for 3 mana you'd rather have an actual anthem effect. For something like this, if you're looking at like a pump of some nature, if you're looking at a pump of some natures, then yeah, you are like this is the big the benefit of this over a card like Charge, which granted is a third the cost, is that you can keep this in your hand and reveal it and keep getting its effect every turn. And, while it's not a great option, you can do that turn after turn after turn. And at some point, your opponents are going to get used to you doing it and kind of like forget that this is a thing. At which point, suddenly it's like, oh, hey, by the way, and now I'm going to get them all +1/+1. I will point out it's creatures you control, doesn't care about combat. Now, for 3 mana, I generally prefer something that'll give, at least +2 power. Um, if you take a look at my mono white list here, that's just commons. I'm gonna skip that, and go down to pump spells. You can get +2/+1 fairly easily. +2/+1, +2/+2, +2/+1, +2/+2, +2/+2. For about 3 mana, it's not unheard of to get +2/+2. But +2/+1, not unheard of. If you're only getting +1/+1, it's because there's an alternate cost involved, like Ramosian Rally. Or you're getting +1/+1 counters instead. So, if there's a reason for getting a card that's only +1/+1, there should be a good reason for it. So if you're only giving +1/+1, this is probably one of the better options for that. But look for other things first. I will be right back. Sounds like he should be here. Be right back. No idea what's going on. I'm going to have to wait until I hear an actual knock at the door, I guess. Because it's supposed to already be here. I know the driver. He's been here dozens of times already. No idea what's going on. I'm going to take a picture of this. It's really weird. Anyway. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice this unless you pay double white. Next time it starts of your choice to deal damage to you. Oh! Yeah, so this is like the circles of protection. So it has the shield mate as like the circles of protection without having to choose a color. And on a body. Interesting. That would kind of explain the upkeep cost. Which, to be fair, is a thing that we haven't seen much of in Magic in recent years. And which is something a friend of mine has actually turned around and said, when are we going to start getting this stuff again? When are we going to start getting creatures with actual drawbacks again? We do get creatures with drawbacks occasionally. But not the same, you know, not something like this, generally speaking. But if you're wanting to keep it fed with, if you're wanting to keep it fed with mana every turn, great. Let's see if I can. It says it's been delivered. That is weird. Alright, I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to go check up and see if he's actually here. Okay. I am back. The order's been sorted out. Apparently, the driver has been having one heck of a time tonight trying to get stuff working the way it's supposed to, including, apparently, 2 flat tires. uh, he also mentioned having a customer whose door he was knocking at for like 7 or 8 minutes. And then the customer finally comes and goes, I guess the food's free now. It's like, no, I've been staying here all this time. Oh, I never heard you. It's not the driver's fault. And this is a Tuesday. Hello, Unix. And so I was on the phone with the company, their customer support and whatever, and he's trying to find out what's going on. And while I'm on the phone with them, the driver pulls up, and I can tell the driver is frazzled. And so I'm like, look, the driver's here. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. But yeah, stuff was just weird tonight. But I'm not going to say this is the driver's fault. And it sounds like some of the orders weren't even coming through the system properly or whatever. So I have no idea what's going on. But my food is here. Anyway, as I was saying, before I went downstairs to see what was going on, has the shield mate. The interesting thing about has the shield mate is it's just simply the next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. Other versions of this effect prior to this wanted you to do it for a specific color. You know, prevent red damage or green damage or blue damage or whatever. Or prevent from artifacts. Artifacts or lands or some kind of quality about the source. And this just turns around and says, you know what? No. We don't care about what the source is. We just say a source. Okay. Which is, again, highly unusual for something that's basically doing circle protection stuff. And this is actually a card maybe I want to throw into... Maybe I want to throw into my mono white combos deck. And for those that are not aware of that, this is a deck where I jammed every combo that I could think of. I was only running Yomiji just because it was the only general that remotely fit. And the premise of the deck started with Dublin Cube, Karn the Great Creator / Toy Maker, Voltaic Construct, some way to generate a healthy amount of mana to begin with. And basically Voltaic Construct animating the Dublin Cube. Toy Maker or Karn, I should say, animating the doubling cube. Voltaic Construct, being able to untap it. And I think as long as you've got like 6 mana or something like that to begin with, you can generate infinite mana. And so, I mean, now you've got cards like the Eternity Elevator, I think is the one I'm thinking of. That lets you go, you combine that with, you know, if you're able to station it high enough, you can just tap it for the amount of mana equal to the number of charge counters on it. And the plan is, for this deck specifically, Celestial Kirin plus Omarthus. Omarthus? Oh. No. No. I wasn't going to be that mean. And for that, you could just use, I think it's Yugen's Conjurant? Yeah, Yugen's Conjurant would do the same thing. No, whoops. Control-Shift-T. My plan for that deck simply boiled down to... Now, here's the thing. As I've mentioned in previous episodes, we'll call them episodes, I don't generally watch YouTube Shorts. I personally don't think that the amount of time and the amount of effort that you put into putting out a short, you should probably just make a normal video instead. Especially when you're looking at some of these, these ones that have more, higher production value and whatever. It's not like, why put it on YouTube? But that's a me thing. But there was one that got my attention. And it was for Magic, and they basically said the only way to win is not to play the game. So what you do is you create an infinite amount of mana using this and starting off with enough somehow. Have Chrono Savant in the graveyard, and then activate Chrono Savant infinitely in response to its own ability. I'll pull it up in chat here too, because depending on what you're watching on, you may not be able to read it very well. But basically, it's its size and whatever else doesn't matter, but it is a creature that when it's in your graveyard, you can pay white +1, return Chrono Savant from your graveyard to play tapped. Skip your next turn. Well, so if you activate it, and then in response activate it again, and then in response activate it again, which you can keep doing, when they go to resolve, they will do as much as they can. There's no targets. It's just, I come back to the graveyard, but I'm already in play. So it will skip that part because it can't do that because it's already in play. But since there's no targeting, it doesn't matter. So we'll just do the rest of the instruction, which is skip your next turn. So if you do this and do 1,000 instances of this, you end up skipping 1,000 turns. You then go walk away and start making dinner or whatever else. Let everybody else figure everything else out. Come back to a table that's gone. Cool. Well, we're all waiting for you to get back. Okay, so what happened in the meantime? Well, this person killed this person, and this person, and then this person killed this person. Okay, and what happened in the remaining, 487 turns or however many turns were left? Well, I drew the rest of my deck. Oh, so in other words, you can't draw. You're trying to draw from an empty deck, and you. So that's one way to win. That was the initial premise for the deck. Then I started looking at, okay, what else can I do with this? I have infinite mana available. It's not a hard thing to pull off in Commander. Regardless of what color scheme you're playing, it's not a hard thing to pull off. Will you go away? So what else can I do? I have Eldrazi Displacer in Flicker form to continually flicker creatures. And Angel of Invention, Cavalier of Dawn, those two have come and play abilities that make more bodies. Same with Cloudgoat Ranger. Mangara lets me exile stuff. Twilight Shepherd lets me get stuff back from my graveyard that died that turn. Nadar lets me continuously go through a dungeon. Guilty Conscience combines with Phyrexian Vindicator and Stuffy Doll for infinite damage. Other ways to use infinite mana: make infinitely big creatures like Hangerback Walker and Stonequill Serpent. Walking Ballista, Twilight Drover will do the same thing. I've also got the Stun Gun combo in here, Walking Ballista plus Heliod. Mirror Battlesphere can just be flickered infinite number of times. Extra mana. Ashnod's Altar, like the amount of ways I have to sacrifice creatures, I have enough ways to sacrifice creatures. Making people draw extra, like forcing people to draw extra cards. For example, Font of Mythos, and then combining that with cards like Alms Collector. If an opponent would draw 2 or more cards, instead you and that player each draw a card. So Font of Mythos says at the beginning of each player's draw step, they draw 2 additional cards. Specifically 2 additional cards, which is why Alms Collector kicks in. If an opponent would draw 2 or more cards. Alms Collector is referring to a single instruction that tells you to do this. Well, this is the case with Font of Mythos. So it'll go around the table and it'll be like, so you're drawing 2 extra cards, correction, you're drawing a card and I'm drawing a card. You're drawing 2 cards, correction, you're drawing a card and I'm drawing a card. You're drawing 2 cards, correction, you're drawing a card and I'm drawing a card. So draw step plus font, draw step plus font, draw step plus font. So they're getting 6 cards. I'm getting 1, 2, 3, my draw step, and my 2 additional. I'm getting 6 cards as a result from Font of Mythos going off. Otherworld Atlas does the same sort of thing. Secret Rendezvous and Temple Under Attack, same idea. And Smothering Tithe, just another way to steal, to get something from people trying to draw extra cards. Protection. Gauntlets of Chaos turns out not to do what I'm looking for. I really wanted it to donate 9 lives. Doesn't do what I'm looking for. Avarice Totem, on the other hand, does. Give my opponent control of 9 lives. And that can turn around and just kill somebody for me. Cool, thank you. Phyrexian on life and Solemnity also combo. Those 3 combo together. Teferi's Protection. I think I replaced Gauntlets of Case with my... No, I have my Rel in here. I think I replaced Gauntlets of Chaos. I may have replaced it. The table is 3 skeletons when you get back. Basically. Combo in here to gain infinite life and then something to do with it. Couple of ways to convert mana into specifically white mana so I can use it for other things. Because I can generate infinite mana. But if my infinite mana is colorless mana, I need a way to convert it over into white so I can actually use it for stuff. Other shenanigans. Approach of the Second Sun. The only card that I actually legitimately consider a 1-card combo. Or not a 1-card combo, but a 1-card win condition. Like, no. I think 1-card combo is the appropriate way to put it. Because Approach literally doesn't need anything but A, enough mana to cast it. B, cast it the first time. Then check it in your deck, and then C, cast it again the second time. That's all it needs. You only ever need the 1 copy in your deck. You can play a control game in the meantime and just not care. Altar of the Brood. If I'm flickering stuff that makes creature tokens, Altar of the Brood is going to have more creatures. Like if I'm flickering Mere Battlesphere, every time I flicker Mere Battlesphere, 5 permanents get created, which means each opponent mills 5. Maskwood Nexus is in here specifically to combine with Bishop of Wings, Divine Visitation, and actually it doesn't need Divine Visitation for that. You get an angel, the angel dies, you make a spirit. Right. Maskwood Nexus, Bishop of Wings, and a sack outlet of some description. And you end up creating an infinite number of angels, one at a time, but you make them. Maskwood Nexus can be replaced with Divine Visitation. Icegron Scepter in Pull from Eternity. Shush you. Where are you? Let's see if that works. Pull from Eternity and Icecrown Scepter are there to deal with stuff like Swords of Plowshares, etc. Also, Icecrown Scepter and Silence is there to protect me while I'm trying to pardon me, trying to combo off on my turn. Ramp, the usual stuff. Lands, the usual stuff. And the big thing that you're looking for in terms of protection is stuff like Teferi's Protection that specifically says until your next turn, you get this protection. Well, if your turn isn't until like another, 50 times around the table. It's an artifact that turns all your stuff into 5/3 juggernauts. No. No, I'm not looking at something more powerful. I'm not looking at turning my stuff into something more powerful. Smite, I'm looking at something to turn my stuff into angels. Because, where was it here? Because Bishop of Wings specifically cares about angels. Yeah. So I appreciate the idea. In general, it wouldn't be a bad idea. But I'm trying to get, like I said, I'm trying to jam as many combos into this deck as I can. And, like, Bishop of Wings plus a sack outlet plus either Divine Visitation or Maskwood Nexus would be a infinite life combo. And so now I'm looking at has the shield mate, and I'm like, okay, how many? I'm looking at has the shield mate, and I'm like, every time I pay white, I prevent damage to me. It won't prevent damage to my creatures. But then the stuff I look at for Commander, I generally don't want to be dealing damage to creatures. My mono green burn deck is kind of an exception, but that's, I'm burning creatures with this simply out of necessity because, hey, Holly, I'm burning creatures out of necessity for this deck simply due to the fact that if I'm trying to burn away my opponents in mono green, any flyers they got kind of get hit by, I was going to say by accident, but it's not really an accident, but it's a side effect. Cards like Hurricane, for example. X damage to each creature with flying and each player. Stuff of that sort, stuff of that nature. So yeah, as the shield mate, I might actually consider throwing into the deck. Let's see if I can find you here. There we go. as the shield mate. um, I use Grouse along with spells like Secure the Waste and Kozak's command. Yep. Oh yeah, any way that you can turn around and, hey, all my tokens are suddenly big nasty beasties. Any way that you can pull that off. But the thing to keep in mind is when grasslands infect creatures. Holly, stop that. um, yeah. The thing is when I build a deck, I generally end up falling on uh trying to build with the colors that that the deck is first, and if I have to add colorless stuff to it, okay, I'll do it. But like I'd rather have a mono white deck be largely white cards. I'd rather have a black green deck be largely black cards and green cards and black green cards. I don't want a red deck to be like 80% colorless and only 20% red. It doesn't feel like a red deck then. So, which is part of the reason why I end up looking at cards like Aftershock as much as I do. Stuff like this. Because, yes, I could look at, colorless cards or, cards in. I could look at burn spells. I could look at. No, I want a clean answer to dealing with creatures. Die. How much damage are you doing to it? I'm not. Die. Oh yeah, Aftershock does not get enough love. There's a reason why I put Aftershock, Fissure, and Lava Flow in a lot of my red decks. If they don't need it, because they've got black, for example, in them, black or white, great. But if you're looking at like red, blue, I find combat damage to be too high risk most of the time. Yeah, which is why it's always good to have cards like Aftershock in your deck. Because the great thing about Aftershock is, alright, I got two choices. I can either deal with your 6/6 creature some other way, or I can just simply take 3 damage and go kill it. And it's nice that it also has the flexibility of also being able to hit an artifact or land. It will take out most things that you need to take out in a game of Commander. In fact, if you could load up a deck if nothing but like aftershock effects and creeping mold, you'd probably be fine. Anyway, oh yeah, there's ways to redirect damage. Largely it's going to be in white and or red. There's going to be some in blue. Everlasting Torment. Which one are you? Are you the... Oh. I think when I get to Shadowmoor, this might be one of the top cards I end up using for a thumbnail. It's only got one other reprint. But, yeah. So Stoic Ephemera. If you're building a Toughness Matters deck, so something along the lines of Arcades, the Strategist, Doran the Siege Tower, cards of that nature, you're not looking for Stoic Ephemera. However, if you are looking into an attacking walls kind of deck, so the similar idea, but without the, but you're not looking for cards that specifically say about uh, dealing damage based on their toughness instead, then this ends up being really good. You get a 3 mana 5/5 flare at that point. If you can get rid of the, if you can make the defender line irrelevant, creatures with defender can attack as though they didn't have defender, then Stoic Ephemera is suddenly, it's a 5/5 flare for 3 mana. And anything that has, keep in mind, anything that's got defender is going to have a lower mana value than a creature with defender with the same stats and abilities. No, it's not rare. It's uncommon. See? Right here. See? Uncommon. Uncommon. This card having 5 power is rare. So yeah, if you can find a way to get this to, get cards like this to attack. I mean, back in the day, one of the quote unquote combos that we would be looking at would be things like Wall of Swords. Let's go back to, let's go 4th edition. 4th edition is fine. Which is a 3/5 flyer for 4 mana. Which is not bad. Especially for back in the day. And then, because it had the creature type wall, and walls inherently had defender. And that was the only way to really have creatures with defender. Way back in the day. You then had animate wall. You throw this on it, and then suddenly you've got an attacking wall. Now, are you better off with an actual 3/5? Oh yeah, goofy artwork, definitely for sure. You have a face on this side. You have an arm here. I actually just noticed there's his foot. That's a foot down here. Now, would you have been better with just a straight up 3/5 a straight up 3/5 flyer at that point? Yes. But it was less interesting. That's why we played combos like that, because they were more interesting. It was a deck that people didn't generally do. But yeah, Stoic Ephemera, like you know what? uh Walls can attack as though they didn't have defender. So Rolling Stones, you would need something like Maskwood Nexus. So to turn everything into a wall. Uh Wakestone Gargoyle. You would need a card like Wakestone Gargoyle to actually make it work. Which, incidentally, is also in Dissension. Guardians of the Boros, you could probably get away with throwing that in. You would just need some way to make sure your creatures were enchanted, equipped, or got counters on them. Dissension, it's the name of the set. It's the actual name of the set. Some sets way back in the day only had a single word for the name. Yeah, set 3 of the original Ravnica block. Like nowadays, we're used to seeing things like Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, or Ravnica Allegiance, or Tarkir Dragonstorm Commander, or something like that. A lot of sets back in the day simply used a single word to say this is what set it is. Actually, I think it might have been like Rise of the Eldrazi ish. Might have been around the first time that we started regularly getting like multi-word names. Oh, yes. Yes. Let's pull Aftershock up again. Back in Tempest, cards of any rarity would still look like this. And you just had to know what they were. Field of Souls was a rare. It still had a black symbol. It was Exodus, I believe, that gave us the first colored mana symbol, or colored set symbols, where you could actually tell the difference. And at that point, like, it wasn't until Holly, was it Shards of Alara um where we got mythics? Does that sound right? I've got one person asking in my YouTube chats, and I'm trying to double check with somebody in my Twitch chat. Yeah, so Shards of Alara was the first time that we actually got mythic rares. I think that was also when we actually got the Planeswalker type itself. We knew it was coming out because of Tarmogoyf, but it wasn't in Lorwyn was when they originated. Right, yep. But yeah, so Stoic Ephemera, if you're trying to build the attacking walls style deck and not going the creatures deal damage based on their toughness route specifically, which is a lot harder than it used to be. And a lot easier in a 60 card format because then you can run 4 copies of Rolling Stone and whatever else. Then Stoic Ephemera might be up your alley, but I probably wouldn't recommend it. Aurora Eidolon. Actually, let me see a quick thing. 19. Okay, so this should be the same as last week. Yeah. Anything up to Stronghold, which was in 1990. Wait a second. Tempest, Stronghold, Exodus. Stronghold would have been. Yeah. Stronghold was early 1998, like January, February type thing. Yeah. That was the last set where everything had the same color. Uh, the same color for the rarity symbol. Like, there was no difference between, like, you couldn't look at a card and know. Um, which is also part of the reason why back in the day we traded Sarah Angel and Sengir Vampire. We had been told they were uncommon, but we commonly treated them like rares in terms of tradability. A, there was nothing on the card that said otherwise. B, you couldn't get relevant set or pricing information off the internet very easily. You had to go to like a physical medium. You had to go to a magazine to find this stuff out. C, they were they were just more powerful than other relevant cards of around the same mana value. That we treat them, yeah, we treat them like rares. So anyway, Aurora Eidolon. Um, so 4 mana for a 2/2. Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, you can get it back to your hand from your graveyard. So so it has to have died for some reason. Pay 1 and sack it, so it gives you a way to get it in the graveyard. Prevent the next 3 damage to be dealt to any target this turn. The cute thing I find about stuff like this is back in the day, the wording would have said to target creature or player. And as I've pointed out many times, that has been upgraded to say any target, which now includes planeswalkers and battles, which makes it a better card than it used to be. Battles, I still don't really see anybody playing much with battles. You see like a couple of them that actually see play, but realistically, you almost never see people playing them. Um, I think if you're trying to build a mono white, um, I think if you want to build a mono white aristocrat stack, you might be looking into a card like this. But you'd rather have a card that was like, you know, sacrifice a creature. And I think that was in one of the Kamigawa sets. And I think we actually talked about that when we went through Kamigawa. I don't see it on my list. Okay. But, it's like, it's an okay card. And again, it does give you a built-in way to keep recurring it. So maybe that in and of itself is enough for you. Are you trying to build a storm deck of some sort? A card like this with with some mana reduction is going to help. free Free Wind Equinaut. 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer, which back then that was the going rate. This actually did have slightly more available to it. As long as this creature's enchanted, it has tap. This creature deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. It's not a lot, but you could throw, I don't know, Hollywood Remember lands, which, way back in the day, it was a aura that, for 1 white, all it did was give enchant creature first strike. But that would be enough to turn on the pinging ability. Yeah, you could. I mean, you could put all sorts of things on. Heck, nowadays you could throw like a monster roll token on it or something. And that would count. And suddenly it's like, cool. I can now ping. I mean, personally, I would probably go for something more along the lines of Eternal Warrior, or, I'm playing white, so I'd probably have to go with the white version, which would simply be called Vigilance. Because then I could attack with it, and then ping. I could see this being an Archer Tribal deck, especially if you're running enough enchantments. I wouldn't be playing this in an enchantment-based deck because there's enough other payoffs for playing with enchantments. I will point out that it says target attacking or blocking creature. It doesn't have to be yours. It doesn't have to be your creature. And in fact, the assumption is it's not going to be yours. But you could be completely uninvolved in the combat. You might have nothing to do with the combat whatsoever, and it's like, oh, you've got a nice big trampler. Huh. I'm going to ping your blocker, so a couple extra points to trample carry over. Or, you're playing with first strike. I'm going to ping your blocker, so the first strike is enough to kill your creature. Or, pardon me, or something equally silly. Usually it ends up being pinging the blocker. Sometimes ping the attacker is enough. Guarding the Guild Pact. Sees a lot of... This is a common from Dissension. That's almost 50 cents. The reason this is almost 50 cents is because it sees a lot of play in Pauper. It is actually a really big deal in Pauper. Because most removal spells are monocolored. Most creatures that people play with are monocolored. Unless you're going up against, a deck like Tron. Which occasionally pokes its head in, but not very often. Guard almost everything that you're going to be dealing with is monocolored. You put this in a deck with, Pestilence. And your Pestilence will stay around because it can't take damage from Pestilence because Pestilence is mono black. Yeah, the Spirit Synergy is is nice. In Commander, you're more likely to come across multicolored stuff, especially now that there's the discussion, and Holly and Smite, I don't know if you guys have heard about this. But there's the possibility that the commander, I forget what they call it, but the committee at Wizards that's now looking after Commander, they are considering changing how the rule for hybrid works with respect to Commander. Which basically would put it in line with how hybrid mana works with every other format. Which I kind of don't mind. Like I do mind and I don't mind. I'm undecided where I actually stand on the issue, or in this case, set on the issue. I don't have a big problem with it either way. I think that's my own personal TLDR. Um, what that would allow is, like, there have been many times I've wanted to run a card like Unmake, for example, in a mono white deck, and I couldn't. Or, in a white in like a Selesnya deck, or a Rakdos deck, or what have you. Because of the restrictions in terms of color identity. And now allowing it to be treated as, basically you look at each symbol and you get to decide whether or not to treat that symbol as white or black, or other colors. You know, if it's Simic, it's like, okay, are you treating it as red or sorry, are you treating it as green or are you treating it as blue, etc., etc. And I think there is, I think it makes more sense from the perspective of the people trying to organize the game and keep the rules in check and so on and so forth. I think it makes more sense to say, hey, we would like to eliminate the additional overhead when it comes to trying to figure out how to handle these cards. That being said, I would say it's pretty rare to find a card that does a thing that is hybrid that you can't already do elsewhere. I have no idea. I do know why I have that alarm set. That was for last week. If you're looking for, and probably the biggest example, the biggest counter example I can think of. Is this the right card name? Yes. Waves of Aggression. This is the biggest counter example that that I've seen people bring up. Is Waves of Aggression. This is pretty strictly a red card. This is not a card that white. This is not an ability that white gets. I can see, like, I can wrap my brain around the potential logic for white to get this card. I think if we did a planar, or not a planar, yeah, if we did a planar Chaos 2 Electric Boogaloo, I could see Waves of Aggression being printed as a white card. I could see Extra Combat being plugged in as a white thing. But almost every single Extra Combat card we end up with is mono red. So plugging this, being able to plug this into a mono white deck, to a lot of people would feel very wrong. And I can understand that. And I, I feel this is like a deck, or not a deck. I feel this is a card white should be able to occasionally get. But it never happens. Clarion Call. Deafening Clarion? Nope. That has nothing to do with Extra Combat. release date. Descending. You're saying you think it's from War of the Spark. Okay. Oh! Final Fortune. Um... Chance for Glory. Right. But it's getting indestructible from white, and it's getting the extra turn and lose the game from red. White doesn't really get extra turns. And red, if it's dealing with indestructible at all, it's commonly finding a way to remove indestructible. Red almost never grants indestructible to something. But yeah, this is the biggest counterexample. Like, this is the biggest argument that I see people putting out to. This is the biggest argument I can see against hybrid is people having issues with things like waves of aggression in a white deck. I'm not going to say, one side is right and the other side is wrong. Again, I can see the logic to white getting an extra combat step. It's just not a thing that white normally gets. Yeah. It's really hard. Anyway, that being said, if the ability to play hybrid as though it were mono of either color was allowed, then Guardian of the Guild Pact, I think, would start going down a little bit. Because it could then be targeted by cards like Unmake out of a mono white deck, or a Azorius deck, or a Golgari deck, or what have you. That being said, a lot of these decks already have answers to cards like Guardian of the Guild Pact anyway. Azorius, maybe not so much. Azorius, maybe not so much. That might be one of the color combinations that could actually benefit from stuff like that. But yeah, if I still think it's a perfectly serviceable card in Commander in general. It's not as good as it is in Pauper, because there's more cards like Assassin's Trophy. Is it Assassin's Trophy I'm thinking of? Yeah, I think it's Assassin's Trophy. Terminate, etc. Bouncing around, that can deal with it. But as a general rule of thumb, most cards you're going to come across where, where this might be relevant are still going to be monocolored. Uh, it's going to survive things. This thing is going to survive Starve Extinction, which is, blow up a land and 20 damage to all creatures and all planeswalkers. This will just turn around and go, got any more? So, yeah. If you're looking for something that's hard to kill in the format without having to go through, like, Indestructible or whatever, Guardians of the Guild Pact is actually pretty decent. Paladin and Prov. So, this has got... Oh, this is funny. So, 6 mana for a 3/4 with triggered lifelink, which is fine. Um, you shouldn't be paying more than 5 mana for that, but you're paying an extra mana for the flexibility. In this case, it has Forecast. Whenever target creature deals damage this turn, you gain that much life. I think nowadays you should probably cut a mana off of that. There's little, there's not none, but there's little difference from what I've generally seen in gameplay between whether lifelink is triggered or static. There's there's not much difference in terms of how the cards play. Occasionally, yes. Um, things like if you're if you're about to die and you've got a thing with lifelink, if it's triggered, you will die first. And if it's actual lifelink, you will gain the life at the same time. But, that being said, the nice thing about cards with Forecast is it does not require you to spend the card that has Forecast. You just have to reveal it from your hand. It's like Ravnica's version of Splice. Yeah, kind of. I wouldn't say that's completely inaccurate. I think that's a reasonable comparison. But I would. The difference is the difference is Splice copies the entire effect on. Yeah, which is also nice. Splice copies the entire effect on. Forecast tends to give you a related ability, but not the same ability. So, I don't know. Paladin of Prov, I think if you're playing I think if you're playing a life gain deck, um, this is probably the high end of, I want to gain, I want a bunch of instances of gaining life. If I'm looking to gain 10 life, would I rather have 10 instances of gain 1 life or 1 instance of gain 10 life? I think this is at probably the high end of the 10 instances of gain 1 life, and probably the low end of 1 instance of gain 10 life. This is probably about the point where it would straddle the line. So it would be a consideration. Brace for impact. Prevent all damage should be dealt to target multicolored creature this turn. For each damage prevented this way, put a +1 counter on that creature. You really want this to grow your general, assuming you're playing a multicolored general. And you know, in doing so, you turn your general this in response to Star of Extinction. Yeah, and the funny thing about doing this in response to Star of Extinction is that they managed to somehow cast it again. If they somehow manage to cast Star of Extinction a second time, it doesn't matter. Your general is going to live through it. Your general is going to live through it because it's now, if your general was a 1/1 and you prevented 20 damage, it's now it's now going to be a 21/21. Heaven forbid you've got any kind of proliferation shenanigans going on, or something along lines of anointed procession. I'm sure there's an anointed procession. There's got to be an anointed procession in white that deals with counters. ID white. Game paper. That's tokens. Nope. Does not look like it. If you would put one of my prairie dog. Prairie dog would do it. Prairie dog would do it, and a couple of the others would do it. Enderil Narso Reforged would do it. If you've got when it attacks, not quite what I'm looking for, but prairie dog is the closest thing I can find. But yeah. Yeah, brace for impact. You basically put that in your deck to prevent your general from damage. Mistral Charger. Honestly, 2/1 flyer. I know you can get a 1/2 flyer for 1 white with upside these days. In the year 2020, 2121, where no one had fun. All the creatures did die for a massive star in the sky. That's adorable. Mr. Charger, I think Mr. Charger, if you're playing it because it's a Pegasus. You're either playing it because it's a Pegasus, or you're playing it because it's Therese Nielsen art. Ooh. New art. Proclamation of Rebirth. 3 mana sorcery. Return up to 3 target cards with mana value 1 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Or pay 6 and reveal it from your hand to bring back 1 creature with mana value 1 or less. Oh. I remember what this comboed with. Martyr proc. This used to combine with Martyr of Sands back in the day. you would just keep, you'd pay 6 mana. Like basically, you'd be paying 7 mana, gaining 3 times the number of white cards in your hand. Note that when you forecast, it's still in your hand. It's been revealed, but it's still in your hand. Basically, pay 7 mana, and you're gaining at least 3 life a turn. It doesn't sound like a lot, but you're playing Martyr of Sands. You're probably playing with a bunch of white cards, so you probably got, I don't know, 2 more white cards in your hand. So gain 9 life a turn, which is going to be a very, very much a headache for very, very many decks. You know what? I could see this if you are. I could see this if you're playing. Honestly, if you're building a mono white aristocrats deck, chances are there are 1-drops in your deck that you're going to want to bring back. Like, I can't think of any specifically off the top of my head, but like Viscera Seer, sack a creature, scry 1. Viscera Seer's biggest thing is it's 1 mana, it's a sack outlet that doesn't cost anything to sack the creature other than the creature to sacrifice. No, you eat babies. So if you can find a card like that in white, for example, Proclamation of Rebirth is the sort of card where it's like, yeah, you just keep, if somebody keeps trying to kill it, no, cool, I'll bring it back again. And I'll bring it back again. And I'll bring it back again. Karam, people want to try and compare this to Revitalize, and I don't necessarily agree and I don't necessarily disagree. They're both 2-mana instants in white that say draw a card. One is, and by the way, Smite, here's a card for you. You're asking about ways to redirect damage. Karam, the next 1 damage will be dealt to target creature this turn is dealt to another target creature instead. Ping! Hey, let's play pinball. I'm going to set it over here now. So, yeah, white doesn't really get burn spells. When it does get burn of some description, this is usually how it does it. Oh, by the way, and I draw a card. I am going to build. Okay, see you, Holly. I am going to build my Take Me Down to Cantrip City again, but in mono white, and see what happens. Beacon Hawk again. This goes into a Toughness Matters deck. That's easy. Anytime you've got a creature where you've got an ability that can pump its toughness for a really cheap and easy cost, here you go. When this deals combat damage to a player, you may untap target creature. It's commonly going to be itself, but not necessarily. But yeah, I see this, and my first thought is toughness matters. This is going to be like fire breathing, but nastier because you're pumping its toughness. It just happens to deal combat damage based on toughness. Bird Tribal, probably going in. Proper Burial. Whenever a creature you control dies, you gain life equal to that creature's toughness. 4-mana enchantment. I might throw this into an enchantment deck. Oh, wow. Especially since a lot of creatures that care about enchantments get bigger based on... Not all of them, obviously. But a lot of creatures that care about enchantments specifically get bigger for each enchantment thrown on it. Simple example from back in the day. Rabid Wombat. 4 mana. Goodbye. Simple example from back in the day. 4 mana for 0-1 with Vigilance. Which I never actually absorbed back in the day as, that was perfect. Because I saw these 4 lines. I thought, my brain all processed this as part of the same ability, and that was it. No, it's actually 2 separate abilities, just not marked as such. Yeah, 0-1 Vigilance, but gets +2/+2 for each aura attached to it. There's a healthy number of creatures that are like that, that do an additional thing. If you have auras attached to them. And so you've got a creature like that that's, gained, +4/+4 because it's got 2 auras on it. But then it's gained an extra, +6/+6 because one of the auras is something like Ethereal Armor, which gives a bonus for or as being on the enchanted creature. And the other gives, I don't know, well, what can give +4/+4? Because 1, 2. I know there's one that gives +3/+3. There's probably one that gives +4/+4 somewhere along the line. Actually, I know there's at least one where that does. I just can't think of the name off the top of my head. Anyway. So, now you've got like this 6/6 or 8/8 creature or whatever. And Wrath of God. Okay, well. I just gained 8 life from that, and a couple of life from this, and from. Oh, look. Somebody had a board wipe, and I just randomly gained 10 life. I think the better spot to put this is in a token stack. I think the better spot to put this is in a token stack, but I think the best spot to put this is in a deck where you are putting fairly large creatures into play on the regular. Every single, like, wow. Like, if you were regularly, like, Miriam. M-I-I. Is that how? Boop? Yeah. Whenever another non-token dragon you control enters, create a token that's copied. Yeah, a deck like this. Velothar. I'm presuming you mean steadfast. Yeah, sack another creature. Yep. I think where it better belongs though is something that more specifically cares about gain, like the actual life gain. That being said, nah, I was gonna say it's a payoff for your creatures dying, but it's less a payoff and more just. No, I want this in a deck that's trying to gain life, but not just gain life for a purpose. And when I say gain life for a purpose, I mean something along the lines of Boros Citadel. You have a bunch of extra life that you gain. Have a reason for gaining that life. Boros Citadel allows you to pay life rather than the mana value of the top card that's in your the top card of your library. So proper burial, if you combine that with, for the sake of example, the Bishop of Wings and either Divine Visitation or Masquerade Nexus and some kind of sack outlet. You can just gain as much life as you want. twice that much, which means you have to go through the loop less, less often to pull it off. I guess if you've got proper, no, the reason you want Bishop of Wings there is because it says when an angel dies, you make a spirit token. Oh yeah, Blessing of the Nephilim. Blessing of the Nephilim, if it's put on only a 2/2, if it's put only on a 2-color creature, it's 1 white to give enchant creature +2/+2. Which, while it's not great, it's actually, it's pretty good. Considering that, historically, you were looking at Holy Strength, which only gave +1/+2 for a single white. If you put it on a 3-color creature, which is what a lot of generals end up being, you are getting +3/+3 for a single mana. If you're building any sort of Voltron deck that cares about auras at all, that's in white, and your deck is at least 2 colors, and ideally 3 or more. 2 is not unreasonable. Ideally, you want this to be 3 or more. Because if your general is 3 colors, this is +3/+3 for a single mana, which is pretty huge. If you decide to go all out and play a 5-color general for that kind of strategy, you're paying 1 white and giving +5/+5. It is hard to find something that would try, or that would get up to that level. You are looking at effects like All That Glitters and Ethereal Armor to get to that level. And those are not easy. Those are not easy to get to that kind of power level. Yeah, Blessing of the Nephilim. If you're playing a multicolored deck where you want to pump your creatures with auras, are you in white? Play this. Valor Made Real. Valor Made Real is one of those cards I would love to put on a Icegron Scepter. Target creature can block any number of creatures this turn. For 1 white as an instant. I block all the things. What? I block all the things. Put it on a creature that's got, first strike. Well, put it on something that's got first strike and death touch. Oh wow. Yeah, like this is the sort of card I really want to build a deck around. Not this card specifically, but this ability. It's just, oh yeah, all my creatures can block any number of creatures. Wait, what? Oh yeah, they can all block any number of creatures I want. No big deal. I don't know why this is so high on the list. I'm not saying I think it's a bad card. I'm just not sure it belongs as high on the list as it is. But it's the fourth most popular white card in Dissension, like mono white card. It's not a bad ability. Whoops. But if your opponent is playing, squirrels or saplings or something like that, that's just, hey, make a bunch of tokens, you have like an indestructible creature or a creature that can regenerate or something like that. Okay. Uh, cast this. Block all your guys. What? Pay whatever to regenerate. But yeah, it's gonna make combat awkward. It is definitely gonna make combat awkward. By the way, Wakestone Gargoyle, we mentioned him earlier. Creatures with Defender can attack this turn as though they didn't have Defender. Yeah, if you're, again, going back to the idea of playing it with an attacking wall deck, yeah, you have this as an option against, things like High Alert and stuff like that. Again, are you trying to build a deck around creatures that have Defender, giving them the ability to attack without needing something like High Alert that says, by the way, we deal damage based on our toughness? You play that. Celestial Ancient. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a +1 counter on each creature you control. Are you playing an enchantment strategy? Yes. Are you playing white? Yes. Run this. It's $1 rare. It has 4 printings. Even converted into Canadian dollars, most of these printings should be under $1. Yeah, you're playing with enough enchantments to make it worthwhile. You play this. I would say whenever you cast an enchantment spell, I'd say probably somewhere around 10 or 12 is worth considering. And if any of them happen to be enchantment creatures, so much the better. And Condemn. Put target attacking creature on the bottom of its owner's library. Its controller gains life equal to its toughness. Basically, this is Path to Exile version 2.0-ish. Or not Path to Exile, sorry, Swords of Plowshares. The difference here is that the creature goes on the bottom of somebody's library. Note that a creature is considered attacking until combat is over. Combat damage is dealt and resolved. End of combat goes off, clears everything up. Once that's done, it's no longer an attacking creature. So you have until then to go, hey, by the way, I'm gonna so when a pinch, you can do it to your own creatures. Enigma Eidolon. Depending on the kind of depending on the kind of mill deck that you're building, this might actually sneak in. Much less likely nowadays, now that persistent petitioners exist, but it's still an option. um, oh man, let's try this. Also, keep in mind it's target player. You can target yourself. So, um, which means that, if you're looking for, if you are looking for ways to get stuff into your graveyard for reasons, looking for Life from the Loam, you're looking for Dread Return, etc., etc., etc. It is an option. Govern the guild list. 6 mana, gain control of target mono-colored creature. Pay 2 and reveal it from your hand to forecast it. Target creature becomes the color or colors of your choice until end of turn. Cool. You're now a green creature. Cool. Yoink. Note that it says gain control of target mono-colored creature. Does not say till end of turn or anything of that nature. It is a permanent effect. It is stuff that lets you gain control of stuff. Either calmly is till end of turn, or until you get rid of the card that's doing it. So, the benchmark back in the days was control magic. 2 blue plus 2, enchant creature. You control enchanted creature. I steal any creature. But it's an aura. Which means, as soon as you get rid of the aura, the effect disappears. Act of Treason. 1 red plus 2, sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste till end of turns. So you get rid of the effect that's doing it. In the case of active treason, it's just time. And in the case of control magic, you get the enchantment off the board somehow. And it's done. Sword of Temptation. Same idea. When this enters, gain control of target creature for as long as this creature, Sword of Temptation, remains on the battlefield. Same idea. You get the Sword of Temptation off the board. You get your creature back. Govern the Guild list has nothing like that going on. There is no simple, easy way to get your creature back. What you have to do is have what was your creature leave the battlefield somehow and then have it return. Now, that can either be through a flicker effect, that can be killing it and resurrecting it, that can be returning it back to your hand and then recasting it, whatever. But until that happens, it belongs to the person that casts govern the. It belongs to the person. Well, I was going to say who casts govern the guildless. Almost true. Belongs to the person who controlled govern the guildless as it resolved. What? Yeah, there's cards in the games that let you steal somebody else's spell before it resolves. There's not a lot, but there's a couple. Probably the most popular in Commander is, well, Commandeer. Gain control of target non-creature spell. You may choose new targets for it. You can pay 7 mana, or you can exile 2 blue cards from your hand instead. And you go yoink. But yes, usually it's the person who casts it that controls it. And if they still control it when it goes to resolve, and it's still a legal target, you know, the creature is still a legal target, mine. Notice it has to be a monocolored creature. I specifically point this out because there are 3 color schemes, or color scheme categories, I guess you could say, a creature could have. Multicolored, it has more than one color. Monocolored, it has exactly one color. Or colorless, it has no colors. 0, 1, more than 1. This will only grab stuff that's in the second category. Stuff that has exactly one color to it. Which explains the forecastability. Also, if you turn it into, say, a green creature, even if it was a colorless creature to begin with, cool, you're now green till end of turn. Okay. Gain control of target monocolored creature. Yoink. Once the gain control, because it's a sorcery, once the gain control effect ends, it doesn't matter if the effect that turned it into monocolored still exists or not. You still have the creature. Let's see. There we go. You gonna have rulings there? No, you're not gonna have rulings there. Of course you're not gonna have rulings there. Helium Squirter. 5 mana for 0/0 with Graft 3, which means it enters with 3+1 counters. But whenever another creature enters under your whenever another creature enters, period, you can take one of those +1 counters and go, here, by the way. Pay 1, target creature with a +1/+1 counter on it gains flying till end of turn. So normally, this is basically a 5 mana 3/3. Like, the worst this is a 5 mana 3/3 that you can pay 1 to give it flying till end of turn. That's its base case, which is kind of bad. 5 mana for a 3/3 with activated flying. But any other creature that enters with counters, I should say enters with +1 counters on, or any other creature that enters, and you can take one of the counters from the Helium Squirter and bring it over, you can suddenly get flying 2. That sounds better. The problem is, as I've mentioned in the past, it is really, really easy to give all your guys flying. You don't need a Helium Squirter's shenanigans for that. What you want Helium Squirter's shenanigans for is the Graft 3. The ability to take those 3/1 counters and split them onto other creatures, which is not an ability blue commonly gets. So, again, if you're the kind of person like I am, and you like building decks that do things in colors they shouldn't be, that you shouldn't get that ability. Well, guess what? I've got that ability. Helium Squirter might be the sort of thing you're looking for. More realistically, though, you're looking at something like Novagen Sages. 2 blue +4, Graft 4, so enters with 4/1 counters. And then whenever another creature enters, you can take one of those counters and put it over. Pay 1 and remove 2/1 counters from among creatures you control. Draw a card. So if you do that just based on the Sage's own ability, you can do it twice and draw 2 cards. But until you do it the first time, you still have a 4/4 creature. This really wants to combo with green. And its ability to get +1/+1, throw additional +1 counters on stuff. But blue also has a healthy amount of proliferate. And if you're wanting to play that route, you can get a bunch. You can end up with a bunch of random extra card draw and make your creature really big in the process. If you want to play mono blue proliferate, this is going to give you a reason to play mono blue proliferate. Rite of Passage. Enchant creature. Whenever enchant creature attack, if its power is 2 or less, it can't be blocked this turn. And then forecast, pay 2, reveal it from your hand. Target creature power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. I will point out that blue creatures generally tend to be smaller than other creatures at the same mana cost in other colors. So it's a little easier to pull off the if its power is 2 or less. Its creatures tend to not be quite as good stat-wise. If it's got anything going on, it's usually other abilities. But it does have a healthy amount of unblockable. So what do you want to make unblockable that has power 2 or less? Well, anything that's got an effect is a good place to start. anything that deals poison damage is a good place to start. Oh. Ah, no, you were Celestia. I have a poison deck that I'm working on. But and it's commons only, but it's Celestia. Actually, I think I've got that deck built now. I've got that deck built now. Actually, I should mark you as yes. You as yes. Demir. Flicker, reanimate, shenanigans, pirates. Yes. Yes. Right, all my commons only decks are done. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, Writ of Passage. Yeah, anything that's got anything that's small. Actually, power less than 3. Oh, toxic or infect. uh, Release date. Game paper. Thank you. Toxic 1. Slaughter Singer is 2 mana. Toxic 2. Nitrogen Rot Priest. Whenever a creature you control with toxic deals combat damage to a player. Oh. Nitrogen Rot Priest? It hits once, it's giving 3. That's adorable. Toxic 2. Toxic 2. What am I looking for? I'm in blue. Ogre Menial, because it's got fire breathing in it, in fact. Razor Spine. I would rather do the Ogre. Reaper of Shieldred. Whenever Azorius deals damage to Reaper. Yep, that. Viral Drake. Because of proliferate mostly. Yeah, there's a healthy for varying definitions of healthy. There's enough creatures that you could throw Writ of Passage on. And there's a couple where you could turn around and give them 3 poison counters for getting through. Okay. Cytoplasm Manipulator. The same idea with the other graph creatures. 4 mana, only 2/+1 counters. but blue and tap gain control of target creature with a +1 counter on it for as long as this creature remains on the battlefield. I will point out that it doesn't have to be a creature that's got a poison counter, a +1 counter that got gained due to graft. It can have a +1 counter on it for any reason. It can have come into play with +1 counters on it. These other abilities of creatures that have graft do not care. Oh, nice, 15/15 Hydra you've got. Thank you, you're mine now. What? Yeah, you're mine now. Don't care. Vigilant Graft Mage. 3 mana, Graft 2. Pay blue +1, untap target creature with a +1/+1 counter on it. That's a, it is easy enough to use this as a combo piece. Usually you are looking at putting counters on let's try this again. Usually you're looking at trying to untap the creature itself, or you're looking at trying to untap enchanted creature. This allows you to untap another creature. Well, what do I mean by another creature? When I was going through my mono white combo deck earlier that I mentioned earlier this stream, that I was trying to quickly go through. The part of what I was looking at was Voltaic Construct, which has an ability which is 2: untap target artifact creature. The target in question, in general, in that deck, is Doubling Season after it's been animated by either Karn or Toymaker. Turn you into a creature. Use Voltaic Construct to animate that, or to untap this. Because doing that with enough starting mana nets you infinite mana. This is one of those kind of situations. But usually these effects are untap this creature, not this creature having an ability and using that to untap that creature. Not usually how things play. Doesn't mean you can't do it. Doesn't mean it's not valid. Just less common. But, yeah, expect this to be a thing for, try to do combo shenanigans. Oh dear. Psychic Possession. 4 mana. Enchant opponent. Oh wow. Oh, do I have a copy of this floating around? White, blue. Why are you making me do this? Why are you people being terrible and making me do this? Enchantments, I think, is the last drawer. That's artifacts, so that's also enchantments. See, one of the decks that I'm building is curses. And curses are auras that enchant your opponents. If I have a copy of Psychic Possession, it might go into that deck. The annoying thing is, this feels like one of those cards I should probably, like, I probably do own a copy of. Oh yeah, it's that thing. Ooh, Reflections of Letiara. Yeah. Skip your draw step. Whenever an enchanted opponent draws a card, you may draw a card. Oh, you're drawing 4 cards this turn? Oh, please, go ahead. Don't stop on my account. Hilariously, it doesn't even say anything about if they draw for their, on their turn or whatever. It just says whenever they draw. So if they play some kind of effect, oh man, if they play a time twister effect, let's say, each player shuffles their hands and uh basically hands, library, and graveyard together, then draws 7. Well, you'll draw a 7 yourself. You'll then also draw another 7 because the opponent that you targeted drew 7. Alright. Last deck to go through. But yes, this is one of those cards where it's like, wait, you do what? Battle of Wits. Know what? I do not think, unless I happen to run across a copy elsewhere, I do not believe I have one, which makes me sad. Why do you have to make me sad, Wizards of the Coast? Why do you unsadden me? What do we do? You made a card that I don't have. Well, why don't you have it? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah. Whoops. That one. But yeah, it is really easy to make this thing really good. Like, you can make it. You can make it just fair by doing things like having um, Font of Mythos and Howling Mine and similar effects. And all that means is that your opponent, your opponent is drawing on, when your opponent draws cards, even if they're drawing extra cards from your effects, you're drawing additional cards. How you make it unfair is, like I said, via effects like Time Twister that cause both of you to draw cards. You're just drawing twice as many effects. You're just drawing twice as many cards. Vision Skeins comes to mind. Each player draws 2 cards. Well, okay. You're going to draw 2. You're going to draw 2. You're going to draw 2. But I enchanted you, so I'm going to draw 4. Seems pretty good for a 2-drop, right? Yeah. So Psychic Possession? Yeah. This is a card that's easy to break. Spell Snare? I am not sure how I feel about Spell Snare specifically. I tend to like my counter spells to be more flexible than this. Even at 1 mana, I tend to like my counter spells to be more flexible than this. Strict Serenade / Swan Song. Counter a giant swath of cards. Or something that counters spells that are like, mana value something or less, or something or more. Spell Snare countering something that's got mana value 2 is just. Is it. Alright, what is there that's worth countering at 2? Mana value equal to order EDH rec. So far, I'm seeing ramp, counterspell, boots and greaves, heroic intervention. So far, the biggest things I'm seeing to counter are heroic intervention, other counter spells, because ramp I don't care. I'm not seeing a lot that I would actually care about. Like Blood Artist and Zilliport Cutthroat. Orcish Bowmaster, sure. But I'm not seeing a lot that I would actually care about. The biggest reason to run it is to counter a counterspell of some sort. At least that's my opinion from just a quick scan on what EDH Rex got at 2 mana. So, I don't know. I think if I'm building a deck with a bunch of counterspells, I might want Spell Snare in there. But the deck that I'm doing that doesn't want it. Skyscraping. So, 2 blue plus X, each player draws X cards as a sorcery. Forecast blue plus 2, and reveal it, each player draws a card. The reason it's each player draws a card and it's 3 mana for it is because you're not actually spending the card to cast it. So it's kind of each player draws a card, but you're drawing an extra card. Kind of, because you're not spending the additional card. So this would be best compared to something like Words of Wisdom, I think it is. Yeah, Words of Wisdom. Each player, you draw 2 cards, then each other player draws a card. So everyone draws a card, and then you draw a card. But this is also an activated ability, not a spell, which is harder to counter. So this cost here makes more sense. And if you combine Skyscraping with something like Psychic Possession, and you do, I don't know, X equal 4, you draw 4, you draw 4, you draw 4. I'm going to draw 8. Yeah. So, where I see Skyscraping fitting best is if you're trying to mill people out. And you are pretty sure that you're going to have more cards left in your library than your opponents. And then you generate, I don't know, 30 extra mana or whatever. You make everyone draw 30 cards. You're going to have, let's say, 35 left in your deck, and everyone's down to like 25. It's like, Vision Schemes? I mean, Vision Schemes in and of itself, I don't think Vision Schemes in and of itself is bad. Again, cards like that combo really well with Psychic Possession. Also, anything that punishes people for drawing cards. If you're playing with Shieldred the Apocalypse, let's say, then, sure, draw 2, draw 2, draw 2, but you're also taking 4, you're also taking 4, you're also taking 4. Or anything that gives you additional bonuses for drawing additional cards, etc. Yeah, that's easy. Tidespout Tyrant. Whenever you cast a spell, return target permanent to its owner's hand. If you manage to cast 3 spells on turn, you're bouncing 3 things. What 3 things are you bouncing? What 3 things do you want to bounce? They can be land, they can be creatures, they can be planeswalkers, they can be anything that's in play. Is it on the battlefield? Yes, it's a legal auction, a legal option. It's even more fun if you get to bounce stuff on your opponent's turn, because it doesn't say whenever you cast a spell on your own turn. It's whenever you cast a spell. You cast a counter spell, you get to bounce a thing. And it can be a thing that you control or a thing that somebody else controls. You are basically playing blue +5 for the 5/5 flyer, because that's about what you're looking at for a 5/5 flyer from from blue, and to maybe 2.5 mana to get the cast trigger. And you cast a draw spell, you cast a counter spell, you cast a you cast a creature, you cast anything, and it's like, oh hey, by the way. Yeah, that can go into so many decks it's not even funny. But you're doing that for board control. Dragovac. When it enters, sacrifice unless you discard non-creature card. Can't discard creature, but you can discard a land easy enough. Okay. You want a 2-mana 3/3 with a meh drawback? Okay, here you go. If you've got anything that's got flashback or something of that nature, here you go. Slaughterhouse Bouncer, 5 mana for a 3/3. When it dies, if you have no cards in hand, because you're Hellbent, target creature gets -3/-3 till end of turn. And I just realized I have the... I'm going to have to change a thing. Nope. Oh, there we go. This is Rakdos. Save. There we go. That's better. Alright. So yeah, when it dies... Sorry, I had to go update a thing on my Twitch. Twitch? No, YouTube I think it was. Yeah, I think it was YouTube, because I had the wrong mechanic for Rakdos written down. Because they do get Unleash eventually, but that I believe was in Return of Ravnica. But yeah, Slaughterhouse Bouncer. When it dies, if you have no cards in hand, target creature gets -3/-3 till end of turn. And it's like, eh. The thing is, for a 5 mana creature, the problem is you're looking at like 4 mana 2/2s that when they come into play kill things. 4 mana 2/2, 4 mana 2/1 first strike, etc., etc., etc. There's a decent number of creatures that can just come into play, or when they die, or an activate ability, or whatever, and just kill a thing. The bouncer's not going to be enough. Demon's Jester. I am not terribly unhappy with Demon's Jester. It is slightly overcosted at 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. But if you're empty-handed, it's suddenly a 4/3 flyer. Now, the problem there is if you are not picky about rarity. And when you're playing Commander, usually you're not picky about rarity. Hi. It's sometimes relevant for some of my decks. Like, you should be able to get a 3/3 or 4/4 creature on the regular. Probably with flying. Actually, if you're willing to pay slightly more mana, and by slightly more I mean like half a mana more, you can get various types of 6/6s. You know, various types of 4/4s, 5/5s, and 6/6s. And other similarly static creatures. Often 6/6s. With flying and whatever else. Hello, Rar. Now, are you an actual person or are you a spam bot? I'm sorry that I apologize that I have to keep asking that sort of thing. Yay! An actual real person. Number of users I have come in here only to find out that it's just a spam bot. And half the time it is a real person. If it's not somebody I don't already know, like if it's somebody I don't already know, it's like, oh hey, by the way, I have this work that I'm doing. I'm wondering if you're into. Nope. Like I get people coming in trying to ask if or I don't know, maybe I am a bit in the dead internet theory is real. Oh dear. But yeah, I get a lot of they'll either be bots or there'll be people coming in saying, "Hey, by the way, how do you feel about getting me to do some, this kind of work for you, um, like my, scenes and uh, um, what do they call, like the emote icons and all that sort of stuff?" And I'm like, I can't afford to be, I can't afford to hire anybody for that. Wait till I'm at the point where I can actually afford that. Then we'll talk. Yep. Yep. And the number of people I have. No, it's the I also have. Why my autocorrect is making me suffer? Because it's autocorrect. Autocorrect makes everybody suffer. Damn it. This cough is a pain in the neck. But yeah, I have two Twitter accounts. I have Blue Sky, and I post when I'm going to be streaming on all three of them. And over 90% of the people that, you know, oh no, tell me that's a temporary hiccup. Okay. Sorry, I saw a thing that's saying, hey, by the way, your internet connection just dropped. On one particular app, not the entire internet connection. Phew. Do you know what it's like trying to stream when your internet suddenly goes and says, "Hey, by the way," and drop. Anyway, oh, Demon's Jester. Um, it's it's an okay card if you care about rarity. It's actually it's actually a reasonably serviceable card. Oh, by the way, Smite, the one I used to get up until I finally dropped my landline was asking if I needed my air ducts cleaned, and it's like, no, no, I don't need them cleaned. Go away. Stop bothering me. uh no, the problem with no, it's not that good because you have oops. The problem is you've got these two cards to really compete with it. Um, Kitchen Imp with uh, because it's got because it's got madness and the decks that would play stuff like this, it's easy enough to get blood tokens. And if you've got blood tokens, that gives you an easy way to discard this. And suddenly, for 1 mana, you can get a 2/2 flying haste creature for 1 mana plus the cost of using the blood token, which I think is 1 tap and sack. And you discard a card to draw a card. Or you're looking at something like Gurmag Angler, which is 7 mana for 5/5, but it's got Delve, which means you can exile cards from your graveyard instead of paying something that, paying something towards that Gurmag, uh, whew, paying some of the mana of the Gurmag Angler's mana cost. I'll get there eventually. So you could pay 7 mana, or you could pay black plus 6. Oh, really? The big one's Blood Fountain that people care about. 1 black for an artifact. When it enters, make a blood token. And then pay a black plus 3, tap and sack the fountain. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. This thing is absolutely silly. And, like, you can play this fairly and it's still really good. And then if you play it in an affinity style deck, this is like having Soul Ring out because you're paying 1 mana and you're getting 2 artifacts out. If you're playing affinity, affinity cares about how many artifacts you've got in play. You just made 2 artifacts for a single mana. And Blood Fountain can keep bringing back your Gurmag Anglers and your... Oh, what's that giant troll of... This guy. Oh yeah, this is another big creature that's in Pauper. You swamp cycle it early, and it says you search for a swamp card. You don't have to search for a basic swamp, so you can search for one of the various I'm sure I'm gonna get the wrong color. Oh, no, you work. Ice Tunnel is a snowland with the island and swamp subtypes, which means it'll tap for black or it'll tap for blue. Ender's tap. Shrug, don't care. Trolloc Doom lets you fetch it, which, because you're looking for a swamp, this lets you fetch a blue source. This is like Ash Barrens, kind of, in that context. But then once you've got enough mana, now you've got a 6/5 for 6 that is really hard to block because you can't block it with 1 and you can't block it with 2. You need 3 creatures to block it. So yeah, Demon's Chester, back in the day it probably would have been okay. But I mean, I I think back in the day you still... Oh, no. Back in the day you might have been okay because like Tron really didn't have any big creatures to ramp into. You would basically just be playing, X spells. Or, trying to get out, you know, big dumb green creatures a turn early, at which point why bother? um Mana value greater than 6. Power greater than rarity, common, and date less than Rise of the Eldrazi. ID equal... No. ID equal C. Yeah. The only thing you'd actually have would be like Ebony Rhino, at which point just play an affinity deck. Reality Chip. I mean, Reality Chip is always fine. I mean, assuming you're running blue. So its worst case scenario is it's a 2 mana 0/4 that lets you look at the top card of your library at any time. Usually that effect is on something higher, like when it comes to creatures, usually that affects on something bigger. Like a 6 mana Sphinx or something similar. Yeah, yeah, like Bolos' Citadel or um was it Sphinx of yeah. Or Sphinx of Dwar Isle was the actual card I was thinking of. 6 mana, 5/5 Flying Shroud. Look at the top card of your library at any time. Usually something upwards of that cost is generally where you're looking at. So, Reality Chip suddenly giving you that ability to be able to look at your top card of your library at any time and just do it. No activation cost or anything else is kind of nice. If you do have something else that you can attach it to, being able to play lands and cast spells off the top of your deck is pretty good. But I look at it as, you know, I look at it as a 2 mana 0/4 that lets you look at the top of your deck at any time. That will occasionally do something more. And that is not bad. Just being able to see what's on the top of your deck at any time is really nice. Yeah. Because knowing what the top card of your deck is allows you to plan your turns easier. Oh, I don't like what the top card of my deck is? Okay, I'll play this Evolving Wilds and I'll sacrifice it to fetch a basic island, which will shuffle my deck, and now I'll draw something else instead next turn. So, a card like Reality Chip, I'd have some kind of less shuffle effects in it. But the other one, no way can have this. Because it doesn't run any blue at all. Oh. Yeah, slivers don't need help. Slivers do not need help. Oh, man. Yeah. Slivers are dangerous enough that even in Pauper, they are forced to be reckoned with. It's like the only creature type in Pauper that's got a healthy amount of, hey, all creatures of the same type as me get +1/+1 or more. But yeah, honestly, yeah, Demon's Jester, if you don't care about rarity, don't bother. And even if you do care about rarity, like I was telling Rar, just pass. There's enough other stuff. I would run Kitchen Finks over this. You lose out on the haste, or you lose out on the Hellbent ability, but you get haste and you get manas, which means if you can find a way to discard it somehow, you get it out for 1 mana. Enemy of the Guild Pact. I expect Enemy of the Guild Pact to, at least in the short term, be more useful as people try out um, allowing a hybrid to be treated as either color, which means that if Wizards does go through, well, yeah, but protection from the thing about protection from multicolored is that some popular removal spells won't work. What were you called? Like Assassin's Trophy. Real cheap, efficient removal spell cannot target it in the first place. Same with Terminate, same with um yeah, but this is what I was getting to. If people start testing out the ability to play hybrid as though, because I don't know if you heard about this or not. There's a discussion going on whether or not to allow hybrid in Commander to be treated as though it were either color. So a card like Unmake, for example. A card like this, that each of those three mana symbols says, hey, you can cast me off of white mana or off of black mana. It's 3 mana to cast, but you have to spend colored mana on it. But it can be white or black. The way the rules for Commander currently stand, this has to go into a deck that involves white and black. However, there's discussion at Wizards of possibly allowing it to go and be treated the way it is in every other format, where this could go into a mono white deck, this could go into a mono black deck, this could go into a white green deck, this could go into a black blue deck, this could go into a deck that doesn't require both colors. You can treat it as though it's monocolored of that, you know, basically, you could treat this card as mono white or as mono black. Just the thing is, that's true in every other format. If you were to play this in modern, for example, if you have a mono black deck, you can plug this in and don't need to be able to create white mana. If you are playing this in Pauper, you can play it in mono. In fact, I have a Pauper mono black burn deck, and I've got 1 or 2 copies of this in my sideboard for those times when it's like, no, I just need to get rid of that creature outright. Go away. You're not coming back. So, yeah, like part of what I see from the Wizards of the Coast end is that because they are now the groups, they are now the people responsible not just for how the game, like for the rules of the game, but they're now responsible for the format, which up until roughly this time last year used to be a third party player run format that had nothing to do with like it was completely independent. They had their own rules committee and everything else, and Wizards of the Coast just helped with the popularity and stuff. Um, Up until this time last year, it was a third party. Well, stuff hit the fan, and now Wizards of the Coast is responsible for the whole thing. And because they're responsible for making the cards for the game, making sure the rules work, and now making sure that Commander is as good as it can be. Not just the products, but the actual play experience and everything else. It makes sense, in my opinion, from their end to want the rules of Commander to be as similar to other formats as possible while still maintaining its identity. And hybrid had been created so that you could treat it as either or. And Commander is the only format where it's not an either or. It's you have to treat it as both. And so I can see the discussion from their I understand their perspective, whether I agree with it or not. And to be honest, I can't say one way or the other because I understand both arguments just as well, and I don't have strong feelings one way or the other. um, I wouldn't mind being able to put this into a Boros deck, for example. There's a handful of cards that people might irk about, but in general, a lot of the cards that are hybrid could work just as well in one color as the other. So, that being said, if people are testing out hybrid as being able to be treated as either or, Enemy of the Guild pack starts going up in value because you're more likely to see it's still not going to be as good as the white version. What were you called? Guardian of the Guild pack. It's not going to be as good as Guardian of the Guild pack because, as you mentioned, most removal is going to be monocolored. Swords, Plowshares, etc. But you're going to see more cards like Terminate, Unmake, etc. floating around that are this will survive through. No, no, that's not what's going to happen. Cyclonic Rift is strictly a blue card. Everything about it says blue. the only the only question bit comes to specifically hybrid cards, and Cyclonic Rift does not cover high. It is not involved in that discussion at all. It is blue +1 to cast, and I think blue +6 to overload. There's no question about where it goes. Alright, so the question only involves this group of less than 500 cards. Any card that's got a cost that could be paid with one color or another. You know, anything that, like, this can be played as white or blue. Yeah, no, right, okay. Or Ingrath. It's 4 mana. 2 can be anything. The other 2 have to be black or red. Historically, Commander says this is a black-red card. This has a black-red color identity. Every other format says I can play this in a mono black deck. I can play this in a mono red deck. I don't have to play black and red to be able to play this. It's only Commander and variants thereof that, yeah. And there's like I was saying, there's a handful of cards where it makes some difference, but again, most of the cards you could just as easily do in one color or the other, and it wouldn't matter. That being said, Enemy of the Guild Pact will start getting a bit better, but it's still not going to be as good as Guardian of the Guild Pact. So it's I think I would largely play Enemy of the Guild Pact if if you want to build an Eldrazi deck and don't know what commander to use, I think the first question to ask yourself is what color scheme to make it. If you're going colorless, if you're going actual colorless, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You have 9 options. If you're going 5 color, you've got Ulalek and Azlask. And if you're going mono red, you've got Haragast. Ulamog the Defiler. When you cast this, oh, that thing. So The thing I see with Ulamog the Defiler the thing I see about Ulamog the Defiler is if it's in play and you swing with it, you're probably killing whoever you're attacking. That does also mean that people are going to be watching for you and trying to kill you before you can get to that point. Oh, this one? Zuladog? 6 mana for 7/4. Colorless spells you cast from hand with mana value 7 or greater have Cascade twice. Do you know what Cascade is or no? Okay. So you've got an idea what it is. So you've got that. If you want to be quote unquote nicer, you can do this. Kozilek's the broken reality is fine and fair, and keep in mind too that you could have like Kozilek, the broken reality, as your commander, and then put Ulamog the Defiler in your deck. You know, the funny thing is you can have Kozilek, the broken reality, as your commander, and have Kozilek the Great Distortion and Kozilek Butcher of Truth all in your deck, and manage to get all three of them out and play at the same time. And it's like, okay, so I got 3 Kozileks. What you gonna do about it? Incidentally, I picked this up for one of my decks. I picked this up for one of my decks, and this entire section here is completely irrelevant to why I got it. The only reason I got it is this last ability here. The ability to shuffle my graveyard back into my deck. It's the only reason I picked it up. The deck in question is mono red. I don't get many good options to be able to shuffle stuff back in. You think Ulalak? Nope. I don't care about that. The rest of the card text, like I said, this entire section here does not matter to the deck. Does not matter to for the reason I picked it up at all. I don't care about it being an Eldrazi. I don't care about it blowing up things. I don't care about the Annihilator. I don't care about Indestructible. That's all gravy if it happens to happen. I have if it goes to the graveyard for any reason, I shuffle my graveyard back into my library. I think Ulalek would be I think Ulalek would be like there's nothing wrong with running Ulalek as your commander. This does allow you to also play the Eldrazi that have a color identity. Like Sowing Mycospawn, for example. That, it's a 4 mana 3/3 that when you cast it, you search for a land card. Does not say basic land, just a land card. Put onto the battlefield. Doesn't say tapped. So it only enters tapped if the land itself says it enters tapped. Then shuffle. And that's a cast trigger. That happens when you cast it before the creature comes into play. So, and that's an Eldrazi, and that is got a green color identity. And, well, Ulalek is a 5 color. So this means later in the game, you can cast it for 4 mana. This triggers. You can pay 2 colorless mana. Yep. And you may build your deck differently. I would be looking for Eldrazi that have a color, like a color identity to them. There's 134 of them. Yeah, okay. Sort by color. Oh, okay. Some of these are like Extractor Sin is a human cleric on one side and an Eldrazi horror on the other side. So ignoring those, of which there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then, yeah. Oh, this is a cough I've had for decades. It's not even from smoking. I don't smoke. It's just a cough I've had for ages. And my doctor's taking a look and it's like, but there's nothing actually going on. It's like I've got this you know what it's like when you've got like a tickle in the back of your throat or something like that? And it's just like it's just always there. And it's yeah, and won't go away. And it's been like that for decades. And I'm just like, I don't know what to do about it. And the doctor's like, it's. The funny thing is, it's more annoying to other people than it is to me. Yeah. For me, it's just like, I mean, probably it doesn't bother me so much because I've had the same cough for 20 plus years. And it's not, it's not from asthma, it's not from allergies, it's not this, it's not that. It's just, yeah, I know. But, yeah. No, like we were saying about Ulalak. Like, one of the cards you might want to throw into Ulalak is something like this. It's a 5/4 trample for 6 mana, which seems meh, but when it deals combat damage to a player, however much combat damage it deals, you make that money Eldrazi spawn. So if you get through for, let's say, 3 damage, you're going to get 3 spawn. Well, you're at 6. So that means next turn you can probably make 9 now. Oh, yeah. Oh, and then you get Brood Warden to play with. Eldrazi spawn creatures you control get +2/+1, which means they all go from being 0/1s into 2/2s, which means they're an actual something. And then if you're able to combine that with where were you? You combine that with Kozilek the Broken Reality. That makes colorless mana? I don't remember there being a card that makes mana. Oh. Oh! Karn Legacy Reforged. I was not aware of this one. At the beginning of your upkeep, add colorless for each artifact you control. Can't be spent to cast non-artifact spells. Till end of turn, you don't lose this mana steps on phase's end. Huh. I want one of these. Toughness equals the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. Okay. Which means it's always going to be at least a 5/5 because it itself is 5 mana. I like that. Okay. No, cannot be spent to cast non-artifact spells. So you can cast artifacts, or you can or you can activate abilities of anything. You can pay for triggers. The only thing you cannot do is cast a spell that's not an artifact. What do you call it? Alright. That is a card I did not realize existed. But yeah, hopefully hopefully I've given you some useful ideas. I don't know how much I can. I don't know how much I can actually help, but hopefully it helped a little bit. Slithering Shade. It's called Slithering Shade. Tell me that does not look Eldrazi in the artwork. So black for 0/1 with Defender. So this is basically Frozen Shade for 2 less mana. This is basically Frozen Shade for 2 less mana with Defender. But if you're empty-handed, it can attack. Again, I think we're looking at the same kind of. I think we're looking at. What were you called? What were you called? I think we're looking at Wakestone Gargoyle type effects for that sort of thing. Now, of course, the deck that's playing it is going to want to be playing stuff like Gabor, Tome of Yawgmoth, and whatnot. Shade Tribal is probably going to need to play it. Well, need might be a bit of a strong word, but it's going to be wanting to look at it. Ragamuffin. For longest time, this was par for the course for. I don't like cards that make me discard. That's always the problems that I have. I can't play with a limit of hand. Yeah, the thing to keep in mind is that everything that you've got, including your life total, is a resource. If you're talking about cards that somebody else plays that makes you discard stuff, yeah, I agree. For a casual format like Commander, I don't think it's a good option. That being said, if you're looking at a more competitive version of the format like CEDH, I have, I have less concerns with it. But that's also coming from a person that's been playing for over 30 years. As for discarding for effects, that largely depends on what you're getting out of it. Ragamuffin wants you to be Hellbent, which means it wants you. Yeah. One with nothing is. One with nothing is a card that is challenging to make useful. It was designed to be a it was put into the original Kamigawa block. There were cards in those sets that cared about your hand size or your opponent's hand size. And so one with nothing was designed to counteract some of that. Um, like Ebony Owl Netsuke, for example. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if that player has 7 or more cards in hand, this artifact deals 4 damage to that player. So if you're worried, and that's a pretty fast clock in a 20 life format. So they printed a card like One with Nothing to help counteract that, so that you could suddenly go, okay, I'm empty-handed, and now I've got like, oh, now I've got a few turns. Yeah, I may have lost everything I had in hand, but I still have what I have in play. I still have what I can draw. I have a few turns where I don't have to worry about taking 4 damage every turn. But it didn't work out that way. It didn't turn out to be a card that people needed to be able to deal with this deck. So with the so it's rare that you'll actually see it legitimately being used anywhere for anything. What you're more commonly going to be seeing are cards like Zombie Infestation. 2-mana enchantment. Discard 2 cards, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. That's the reason when I see a black deck that's not aristocrat. Yeah, but some cards in some aristocrats builds are still gonna make you want to discard cards, but yeah, it's not. Yeah. But zombie infestation, this is generally the sort of thing where a lot of a lot of people feel it's worth it, especially when there's no other cost involved. It's worth spending 2 cards, you know. Maybe you've got 2 cards that are in your hand that you can easily bring back. Maybe you've got, you know, 12 lands in play and you still have 2 lands in hand. Well, let's get rid of those and turn it into a 2/2 body. Maybe you've got only 2 lands in play and it's turn 6 and it's like, well, I'm not going to be able to cast these 6 drops anytime soon. Discard them, get something back for it. So, this is more the sort of card when people are discarding cards. Like a card that they themselves are playing that makes them discard cards. This is more the sort of thing that you're going to run into. Um, but cards that have Hellbent are usually okay without being Hellbent, and just get better if you do happen to be empty-handed. Thing is, black and red have a tendency of being able to empty their hand relatively easily, especially if you're playing in an aggressive style deck. Yeah. Yeah. Zombie Infestation plus Victimize works really well to get something in. In fact, I have a Jund Reanimator deck. And actually, let me drop you a link here. Boop. That'll get you to this list here. And my Jund Reanimator deck this this was this was created before game changers were a thing. I have Victimize in there. I have Zombie Infestation. And I have stuff in here that's just there to be, you know, healthy sized bodies, like, Pathrays or Vulamog. 11 mana for a 9/9 that requires 3 creatures to block it and has Annihilator 3. Or Protean Hulk. When it dies, I get up to 6 mana of creatures out of my deck directly into play. Or World Spineworm. It's a 15/15 trample for 11 mana that when it dies splits into 3/5/5 tramples. And if it goes to the graveyard from anywhere, shuffle it in its owner's library. I would be playing this in that deck that I was talking about that I got that Eldrazi Titan for. Except that deck is mono red and this is a green card. Woodfall Primus is in there to be a big creature that comes in and play and blows stuff up. Trastodon is there to be a big creature that comes in and play and blows stuff up. Terran to Discord is there to be a big creature that comes in and play and blows stuff up. Etc., etc., etc. I'm sure you see how this goes. Oh, and this is called Alphabet Soup because if you do not group and then sort by name, if you take a look at this list, there are at least 3 cards that start with each letter of the alphabet. I've got at least 3 cards that start with A, B, C, D, all the way down to Z. In a couple of places I had to quote unquote cheat. Actually no, I think I don't. I think I'm okay. Final Parting Forest, Forgotten Cave. Medicine Bag, Meteor Golem Mountain. Okay. Nope. I am good. But yes, I got 3 Qs in there. I got 3 X's in there. You only see 2 here because my general also starts with X. I can make normal decks. I prefer to throw some kind of twist to my decks. That was Jund Reanimator was a common deck concept that people like to use, and so I'm like, okay, how do I make mine different? And I'm like, I'll go Alphabet Soup. Let's take that route and see what happens. Did some quick math. 100 divided by 26. Well, 104 divided by 26 would be 4. But you've only got 100 cards in Commander, not 100. You've only got 100 cards in Commander, not 104. So I couldn't quite do 4 for every card, or for every letter. So I had to go with at least 3 cards for every letter. Yeah, it was it was an interesting time trying to come up with figuring out how on earth I was going to build that. Oh yeah, and the column here, the first column here that says built, these are decks that I've actually physically got built. You know, here's my mono red Squee Goblin Nabob Auras deck, for example. What are you? I think you're my... Yeah, you're my mono brown control deck. This one is... Are you mono white commons? I don't remember. I think so. Yeah, this one's mono white commons. You know why exclude was... Exclude has never been part of the Game Changers list. Exclude's not good enough to be part of the Game Changers list. Exclude? Yeah, it's there are better counter spells at that rate. Even at that exact cost, there's better counter spells. Oh, I think that's supposed to be put on. Sort by color. Oh, expropriated. Oh, why it came off? um the shortest answer is it's a 9 mana card. They expect if you're spending 9 mana, you should get a big effect out of it. Plus, when you cast it, it exiles itself. Like, when it goes to resolve, it exiles itself. So, they figured that for, for 9 mana, this is acceptable. If this was, say, 6 mana, for example, yeah, no. This would definitely still be a game changer. But it's because you're spending so much time, so much resources. Even if you get, 4 extra turns, which is a lot. Like, part of the difference between this and, let's say, Time Stretch Let's assume Expropriate only gets you extra turns. Only. Only. This is 10 mana and you get 2 extra turns. But the entire text is target player takes 2 extra turns after this one. When it finishes resolving, it goes to your graveyard. That means there's ways to get it back. Like, let's say, with an Archaeomancer. On the other hand, Expropriate costs almost as much, can potentially get you 4 extra turns, but the last sentence here is exile Expropriate, which means barring some kind of shenanigans, you're casting this, you're getting potentially 4 extra turns, but then that's it. Not only that, you're probably not getting 4 extra turns. You're probably getting like 2 extra turns and like 2 permanents that players don't care about. Like, you're probably getting choose a permanent owned by the voter and gain control of it. So, yeah, it's a lot of what it is comes from the fact that it's a 9 mana spell that is difficult to recur. And even if you can cheat on it, the thing is, if you cheat on it, it's not going to be as powerful as if you wait to actually cast it for full price. You're going to be able to actually do less with it than if you pay full price for it. Stuff that can get you extra turns are less powerful if you get them early. Probably the best example of this is the cards that the entire concept is based on. Time Walk. Taking an extra turn, you commonly people here are referring to it as a Time Walk. Or if you make a play that makes somebody waste their turn, you'll occasionally hear people say, yeah, I just Time Walked him. Well, this is the cheapest effect for this you can get. 2 mana. Yeah, but Temporal Mastery, the reason it has the miracle cost that it does is because of Time Walk. The problem with effects like Time Walk is if you pull this off on, let's say, turn 2, which is, not completely unreasonable in a format like Vintage, which is the only place you can legally play it, is, okay, I untap, I draw, I play another land, and maybe I attack at that point with a 2/2. You are paying thousands of dollars at that point for something that, if you cast it too early, is basically no better than Explore. 2 mana, an additional land drop, and drawing a card. But if you can hold on for a couple of extra turns before casting Time Walk, you get to make more use out of it because you have other stuff out to make up for it. Expropriate and Time Stretch and all that stuff, yeah, you cast them too early, and they're not that useful. You draw some extra cards, you play some extra lands, and that's it. Yeah, at that point, yeah, on in the early game in the early turns, Ragavan is a lot better. You give it a little bit more time, and then Time Walk and Time Stretch and all that jazz start getting better because you have more things you can do. So, oh yeah, Tiny Bones, or as Krim from MTG Goldfish likes to call it, Tony Bones. What was it? This one, I think it is. No, I think it's this one. I think it's this one. But yeah. Not that one, the other one. Yeah. No, I know. But yeah, it's but yeah, that's uh, the what Gavin forgot. Know what? uh you 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 uh, you that one. Yeah, it's quarter after 11 here at night. All right. Good night. Right. Okay. Sorry. Had to post a thing on Blue Sky real quick before I completely forgot about it. All right. Oof. Quarter to 12. All right, let's see how quickly I can get through this. Ragamuffin, as I was saying before, got distracted by chats. Hey, distracted by chats is never a bad thing. For the longest time, that cost for that size for a supported creature type in black was about right. You're looking at Scathe Zombies, and everything was being compared to Scathe Zombies back then. And so tap and sack a creature or land to draw a card. Activate only if you have no cards in hand. Okay. Probably about right. I will point out that because it says activate only, it means it only checks when the ability is activated, not when it goes to resolve. So if you've got ways to, get extra untaps somehow, then you can keep sacrificing additional things. Like if you sacrifice, like you've got a Mere Battlesphere in play, which means you've got 5 bodies because you got the Battlesphere and the 4 tokens that it came with. You can sack all the tokens and the Battlesphere, as long as you've got ways to untap before the ability resolves. Like tap, sack 1, in response, with ability on stack, untap, tap, sack another thing, in response, untap, tap, sack. And then when they all resolve, because they were activated when you had no cards in hand, you'll get to draw 5 cards as a result. Better options now, still not terrible, and would probably still play it in some kind of zombie deck. Because at some point, I may end up empty-handed, and that's fine. Entropic Eidolon. The Eidolons from Dissension I'm not generally fond of, but they're okay. If you've got a way to combo with us, so you can end up draining people out of the game, but you have to be casting your deck has to largely be multicolored spells or have ways to get the multicolored spells back to hand somehow. Brain Pry. This I was going to try and compare this to Mind Crush in Yu-Gi-Oh! And then I realized, no, this is so much better than Mind Crush. Choose an online card name. Target player reveals their hand. That player discards a card with that name. If they can't, you draw a card. Well, okay. Step 1, Cabal Therapy. Choose an online... So, the first 2 lines, or the first 2 sentences, are the same as Cabal Therapy. But they only discard 1 card with that name, as opposed to Cabal Therapy, where they discard all copies with that name. If they can't, you draw a card. Not a terrible... not a terrible idea. The worst this is like this is basically Black Peak for 1 extra mana, which I didn't realize was a thing. Like you can name a card that you know they're not going to have in their deck. So if they're playing Boros, you could name, Brain Pry because they're in Boros, which means they're in red white, which means they're not playing black. So you could name Brain Pry because it's legal in the format and everything else, but they're not going to be playing it. Or you could name Squire, which is a card they could theoretically be playing, but nobody would play Squire. So, Brain Pry, hilariously, I guess you can target yourself with this. You have to reveal your hand to everybody else. But because this is Commander, I cast Brain Pry. I name Brain Pry. Brain Pry that I cast is on the stack, not in my hand. This is Commander. I only have one copy. It's not in my hand, it's on the stack. So I just revealed my hand and spent 2 mana to draw a card. Not the best option, but it's an option. It's adorable. You can, however, use it just like thought seizing yourself to be able to discard large creatures that are in your hand. Unliving Psychopath. 2 black plus 2 for a 0/4. Pay a black to steal a point from its toughness and give it to its power till end of turn. So 0/4 goes 1/3, 2/2, 3/1. The next step would be 4/0, but that would kill it. Pay black, tap, destroy target creature with power less than this creature's tower. You're playing. You put this in a zombie deck, so you've got an additional way to have an activated ability to kill creatures. You're playing zombies, so you have enough zombie pump. That's when you do that. Nihilistically. 2 black plus 2 for an enchantment. Pay a black plus 2 and discard card. Target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Then when you've got no cards in hand, you can pay 1 mana and 2 life to draw a card. So, for 6 mana, you ping 2 people for. You ping opponents for a point twice. Discard 2 cards and draw 2 cards. Again, I will point out though that just like Nihilistically, just like Ragamuffin, this does give you the ability to activate it multiple times in response to itself. And you're playing Commander. If you get yourself empty-handed, you can just, pay 5 mana and 10 life and draw 5 cards. There's other cards I would rather play instead. This is not a terrible option, but I think I'd rather play Greed. Which is pay, 4 mana, pay a black and 2 life to draw a card. So much simpler, so much easier than going through all this. Although this can be used as a win con in of itself. Night Creep. Double black instant. Until end of turn, all creatures become black and all land becomes swamps. This is not in addition to their types. This overwrites everything. Yeah, this will overwrite what it has. This is a one-shot effect, so ideally you want a nice Grand Scepter for this sort of thing if you want / need to be able to do this regularly. It's still fine. I think you really want this to combine with something like Ice Grand Scepter. And ideally you probably want this. Oh, what do you want? Where do you want this? All creatures become black and all lands become swamps. You really want the lands to become swamps. This feels to me like you want something like Swamp Hawk to deal with. All creatures become black means fear does not fear is not useful. Intimidate is not useful. I think the biggest reason to play this is because you get to play with Swamp Hawk. And to be fair, black and green are the two biggest colors that get land walk of their appropriate types. I.e., green gets a fair amount of forest walk, black gets a fair amount of swamp walk. You see some red getting mountain walk, you see some blue getting island walk, but I think it's black and green that come out ahead, and white is way down at the bottom. Wit's End. 7 mana sorcery, target player discards their hand. If you're going to play this, have at least an Imp's Mischief ready. Because you're going to want to redirect you're going to want to redirect a counter spell. If you go Wit's End and they go Mana Drain, let's say, you're going to want to redirect the Mana Drain to the Imp's Mischief. Then Imp's Mischief finishes resolving, you lose 2 life. But then Mana Drain tries to resolve and fails because its target is gone. And then, if they don't have anything else to back it up with, Wit's End resolves, and they lose their hand. You really want to do that to either somebody who's got like 2 mana cards in hand, or you want to do it to somebody who wants stuff in their graveyard, usually yourself. If most of what's in your hand is stuff you'd rather have in your graveyard, Wit's End yourself. 7 mana, discard your hand. Not usually a thing that you want to do, but it's an option. Usually this is Mind Twist for your entire hand. Vesper Ghoul. This is one of Black's few ways, well, I shouldn't say few ways, but this is one of Black's ways of, like, Black, mono Black does not generally get tap, make a mana. It's usually tap, sacrifices something, like sacrifice a creature, sacrifice an artifact, make a mana. This, yes, you're sacrificing life, but it's one life. Add a mana of any color. 3 mana for 1/1. Yes, green can do this for, 1 or 2 mana. Really easy. It's hard for black to get this kind of ability. If you are playing a deck that's relatively heavy on black and has some cards of the other colors, you may want to consider Vesper Ghoul for this. Also, it does accelerate you a little bit because it can let you go from, without an additional land drop. Turn 3, I've got this. Turn 4, I have, I can drop a 4-drop. If you do have a land drop on turn 4, you're going from 3 to 5. And if you had to break down, or alternatively, turn 1, land, Soul Ring, turn 2, Vesper Ghoul, turn 3, play land, and now draw a 5-drop. I would play this in a zombie deck. I would play this in a deck that's I would probably play this in a deck that's at least 3 colors, heavy on black, and has some of the others. And if I just want a consistent ramp creature, Vesper Ghoul is still perfectly fine. Inferno Tutor. The problem with Inferno Tutor is that to play it normally, you have to search for a card that has the same name as the card you revealed. Now, it's fine to do that just to search for a swamp. It's easy enough to do that search for a swamp. The hard part is if you want to search for something that's not a basic land. If you're doing it to search for something that's not, so basically you're looking at a black lay of the land for an extra mana. If you're going to do something more than that, you are basically looking at you're basically looking at Shadowborn Apostle, Relentless Rats, Rat Colony, Nazgul, or you're playing in a deck that's got more than one color to it. Or you've got a way to get Hellbent, let's say with Lion's Eye Diamond. And then you're using it as a budget demonic tutor. It is harder to make that work that way. If you're doing that, you're probably doing some kind of combo shenanigans. If you're doing some kind of combo shenanigans, you probably don't need me to tell you what kind of deck to put Inferno Tutor Bond of Agony. Uh, Additional cost to pay to cast this, pay X life. Each other player loses X life. Probably going into the same deck. Probably going into the same kind of deck as Infernal Tutor. Seal of Doom. It's a enchantment that you can sack to blow up a creature. Target non-black creature. It's fine in Commander. The problem is a lot of creatures that you're going to want to hit are going to be black. So I generally pass on this for cards like, Murder or Murderous Rider or Hero's Downfall or similar effects that don't care about what color scheme the creature is. But that's me. Delirium Skins. 3 mana sorcery. Each player discards 3 cards. If you're going to cast this, you want to do this either in a deck where you can make use of the fact that you're discarding cards, such as a Reanimator deck. Keep in mind that you're also going down a 4th card because the skins themselves don't count as one of the 3. Or when your hand is already low in cards anyway. So it's, if it's the last card in your hand, for example, and you cast it, it's like, well, I've got nothing to discard. Obviously, you're playing this when you've got effects that care about your opponent's discarding cards. Your Megrims and your Liliana's Caresses and what have you. Ratcatcher. 6 mana. Oh! That's adorable. 6 mana for 4/4 Ogre Rogue with Fear, which is hilarious. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may search your library for a rat card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. Oh, if you're playing any sort of rat deck, I mean, rats is a creature type that people actually do kind of enjoy. If you're playing that, you want your rat catcher. Macabre Waltz. It's a double raised dead for 2 mana. But then you've got to discard a card because the assumption is that it, bring 2 creatures back from the graveyard to your hand should probably be about 3 mana. Okay, I'll bring back these 2 and I'll discard, I don't know, Dread Return, for example. Or I'll bring back something, or I'll discard something like, I can't remember the black ones, but there's black cards that have got abilities along lines of what Squee Goblin Nabob has. Or you discard Ichrid, which can self-reanimate, or you bring back, or you discard, Bridge from Below, which when one of your creatures dies, you get a 2/2 zombie token, but only works if it's in the graveyard, etc., etc. So, options, you has them. Red. Nat Alley Creeper. 3/1 for 3 mana, human rogue, cannot be blocked by creatures with flying. I.e., can only be blocked by ground creatures. Now, to be fair, that's most things that people actually play. But this means that, sure, while you may be getting stopped by soldiers and warriors and what have you, the angels and demons and dragons and, sphinxes and whatever that fly overhead, don't notice you. So if you have some effect that say you can't be blocked, oh, oh, what is it? Is it Chaos Sphere? Creatures without flying have reach. Creatures with flying can only block creatures with flying. No, that doesn't help. Oh, no, all you have... I am dumb. All you have to do is get this guy flying. All you have to do is get this guy flying. That's not that hard. Even in red, that's actually not hard. Cool. Get this guy flying. Send him on his way. He's basically unblockable. You're playing rogues? Okay. Are you playing red? Yeah. At least consider him. Ogre Gate Crasher. Ogre Gate Crasher. 4 mana for a 3/3. Ogre Rogue. When it enters, destroy target creature with Defender. It's going to be rare. It's going to be rare to find somebody playing with creatures with Defender. But, I mean, if you're playing Ogre Tribal, I'd throw a copy in. If you're playing Rogues and you're playing Red, I'd consider throwing one in. Because every so often you're going to come up against somebody who's playing, who's going to be playing a deck like Katie's the Strategist, or what have you. And it's running a bunch of creatures that have... It's going to be running a bunch of creatures that have Defender. And suddenly going, 4 mana, kill that one. And as one of your 99, it's fine. Again, there's probably better options, but again, you're playing Ogre Tribal. I'm not completely unhappy about that one. Stormscale Anarch. I wonder if that's part of the reason he also called it Stormscale. Anyway, 4 mana for a 2/2 Lizard Shaman. Pay 3 and discard a card at random. Deal 4 damage to any target. If the discard card was multicolored, 4 damage instead. So, here's the thing. You choose targets before you pay costs. You have to decide what you're going to hit before you have any clue what's getting discarded. Now, if you've only got one card left in hand, it's easy. If everything in your hand is monocolored or multicolored, sorry, if everything in your hand has more than one color, or everything in your hand has one color or less, then it's also easy. If you've got a mix, then it's a little more iffy. But if you can pretty much guarantee which way it's going to fall ahead of time, I have no colorless I have no multicolored cards in hand. Then it matters less which you're discarding in terms of how much damage is getting out. So you can mitigate the randomness that way. I don't know. I feel like there's... No, there... I will point out that one of the big draws to a card like this is there's no tap to the activation, which is going to make some difference. So you can activate it like, you know, 4 times, let's say. It's going to cost you 12 mana, but you can activate it 4 times. Discard 4 random cards. Ideally, if you're doing something like that, you're going to want some kind of payoff for the discarding. If you're discarding 4 cards, hopefully you've got some kind of, you know, a card that's got flashback or jumpstart, a card that's got whatchamacallit, madness, something to, you know, or something that triggers on, you know, whenever you discard cards, somebody takes damage or something of that effect. But I'd probably find something else instead. Flamekin War Scout. 4 mana for a 2/4. Whenever another creature enters, sacrifice this one. If you do, this creature deals 4 damage to that one. uh, eh. Any creature that enters. This is going to deal the 4 damage when it gets sacrificed. I'm kind of meh on this. This wants to be Flame Tongue Cavalry, and it's not Flame Tongue Cavalry. It's trying to be the reverse Flame Tongue Cavalry. Honestly, I prefer these two rogues before the Scout or the Anarch. Whiptail Moloch. 5 mana for a 6/3 when it enters 3 damage target creature you control. Honestly, the only if your creatures got protection from red, then this is, you know, then you can get around this easy enough. Again, back to the list of, you know, shortcut cards. You know, Akroma's Memorial, etc., etc. Giving all your creatures pro red is not an easy task. Whiptail Moloch. Okay, all my stuff's got pro red. Okay, I can't deal damage to any of my creatures, so this tries to go on the stack and then comes right off. And Lizard Tribal, okay. And yes, I would play Chroma's Memorial in that deck. Flaring Flamekin. Remember what I said earlier about Ragamuffin? How that was typical for a creature like that? This goes from a 2/2 to throw any enchantment on it. Throw, I don't know, give it an enchantment that gives it flying, let's say. And then suddenly it's like, cool, 4/4 flying trample, fire breathe. You know, this basically ends up being a this is trying to be Shoven Dragon, but it's getting trample instead of flying, and it's slightly smaller. But it also gets whatever the enchantment that you know, whatever the enchantment you threw on it is. Actually, what happens if you throw Draconic Destiny on? +1/+1, flying, haste, and fire breathing. +1/+1, flying, haste. So it would become 5/5, flying, trample, haste, fire breathing for red, fire breathing for colorless. And then when the enchant and if the Flamekin ever hits the graveyard, the Destiny goes back to hand. Like, God damn it, I hate this cough. Flame Fang is actually a reasonable card. Sandstorm Eidolon, 4 mana, 2/2. Pay red and sack it. Target creature can't block this turn. Or sorry, sack this creature. Okay. Uh, eh. Again, a lot of the Eidolons are just eh. There's better options for that. Cackling Flames. 4 mana for it's basically 4 mana lightning bolt. That if you're empty-handed, deals 5 damage instead. I think if I'm trying to build a burn deck for Commander, I might actually play this because this has got the potential. You're playing burn. You're also trying to empty your hand. At which point, Cackling Flames, 4 mana for 5 damage at instant speed, is actually pretty decent. Woodfire Scalper. This is a cheap, efficient flyer. Actually, what's the difference between this and Impetuous Sunchaser? Apart from creature types, swapping haste for a point of toughness. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I will say I will be right back after this commercial break. Alright, I am back. So yeah, Woodfire's Scalper, Impetuous Sunchaser. I'm kind of undecided which one I prefer. Losing a point of toughness versus getting haste. I think I'd rather have the Sunchaser because it's got haste. What do I want the Scalper and the Sunchaser for? They are cheap, low to the ground, flying creatures that can actually deal damage to the opponent. Because you can get, you know, cheap flyers in red. You can get cheap creatures in red, but they don't necessarily have a power to start off with. These guys are both, they're 2 mana, they're 1/1s with flying. Also compare Phoenix Check, which is 1 mana, 1/1 flying haste, can't block. This one can come back because, it's a Phoenix. Phoenixes do that. And if you're looking for cheap flying creatures in red, there's not a lot of good options. But there are options. And if you want them to have more than 0 power, like the first thing that you'd have to be comparing them to is Bird Maiden, which looks hilarious when you look at the, the type now. Creature, human, bird. I mean, flavor-wise, it could make sense. But you're looking at 3 mana for 1/2 with flying. The problem with that was around the same time, for the same cost, granted higher rarity, but if you didn't care about rarity, this was common across the board. This in Masters Edition was uncommon, otherwise it was rare. Same cost, 1 more point of power, and the ability to pump its toughness. If you're building a constructed deck unless rarity matters, why would you play Bird Maiden over Granite Gargoyle? Unless rarity matters or unless something flavor-wise matters. But same size, same ability, 1 less mana, has to attack each combat of Fable. Okay. I constantly look at building decks that do things that they shouldn't be able to do. Well, when I say shouldn't be able to do, I should say things that they are not known for doing. a red deck that attacks with flying creatures that are not dragons or related creatures is highly unusual. Especially when they're, small, cheap, small creatures. And then you have some kind of global effect that gives them some kind of size boost. So, yeah, if you're building a deck with cheap creatures, it's even more fun if you throw, I don't know, let's pull up my mono red squee deck. Let's see what gets my attention. Well, Undying Rage is not awful. +2/+2 and can't block. Well, if it's attacking every turn, then it probably can't block anyway. It attacks to choose Claws of Valakut, Granite Grip, +1/+0 for each mountain you control. Claws of Valakut also give him first strike. Thunderous Might gives +X, basically +1/+0 for every point of devotion red you've got. Efficient Pump. Lightning Talons +3/+0 in first strike. Valve Lightning +2/+2 first strike, can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. Shiv's Embrace +2/+2 flying and fire breathing. It's already got fire breathing. Madcap Skills +3/+0 menace. Goblin War Paint +2/+2 in haste. Giant Spectacle +2/+1 in menace. Also Frenzied Rage, same thing. Whenever Curse of Stalked Prey, whenever a creature deals combat damage to an enchanted player, put a +1 counter on that creature. Etc., etc., etc. So if you're building off of like cheap flyers to throw enchantments on, kind of basically like a mono red auras deck, but you're willing to spread your auras out amongst multiple creatures, you've got options. Woodfire Scalper, not completely unhappy with it. Kindle the Carnage, discard card at random. Oh. If you do, Kindle the Carnage deals damage equal to that card's mana value to each creature. You may repeat this process a number of times. So if you've got 2 6-drops in your hand, you can discard both of them, assuming they're the only 2 remaining cards in your hand other than Kindle the Carnage. And you'll deal 12 damage to each creature. If you've got a 3 and an 8, you pitch 1. You don't know if it's going to be the 3 or the 8. And you'll either deal 3 to everything or you'll deal 8 to everything. If you deal 8 to everything, that's probably going to kill most of the board. If you deal 3 to everything, well, that'll kill the smaller stuff. But then you might want to discard the 8 anyway. This is trying to be a less expensive Chain Reaction, Storm's Wrath, etc., etc. to make this work, you want your hand empty of land as much as possible. And you want the biggest mana value that you can reasonably put in your that you can reasonably use in your hand. But I will also point out the earlier you can cast this reasonably, the earlier you can cast this, the earlier, like the less mana value you really have to worry about. If you can cast this on like turn 4 or turn 5, you can probably get away with, Kindle the Carnage for like 3 and kill almost everything on the board. So, if you're looking for an inexpensive red wrath effect, maybe cards that are rare are even too rich for your blood because, maybe you're trying to keep in a $50 budget and your local game store goes, okay, minimum price for rares is $1. Minimum price for commons is 25 cents. Minimum price for uncommons is 50 cents. Well, then a lot of rares are going to be out of your budget. You're going to start looking at commons and uncommons to try and fill in the blanks. And so this, if you're going red, this might be an option. Ignorant Bliss. I always thought this was an interesting card. The fastest you could get this to go off is at the end of your main phase, at the end of your post-combat main phase. So the end of your second main phase, usually. The end of your last main phase, we'll put it that way. You pay 2 mana, you exile your hand. And then your end step goes off. You put those cards back in your hand, and then you draw a card. But realistically, because the thing to keep in mind, it's the beginning of the next end step. So could be, on your opponent's turn or whatever. Could be your turn, could be your opponent's turn. It's whenever the next end step is. You play this in response to a discard effect so that you don't lose anything. You're not discarding anything. You don't even end up down a card because the Ignorant Bliss that you spent is getting replaced with a new card. I would not be completely unhappy about throwing this on a Icegron Scepter to have consistent card draw every turn. I don't know. Icegron Scepter does a lot for a lot of decks. I wouldn't call this... Yeah, I would call this card draw if it was imprinted on something so I could continuously use it. if I had some way, let's say, what do you call it? Archaeomancer to consistently reuse it or something. I could see use for it. Oh yes, Rakdos Pit Dragon. I remember this guy. 3/3 dragon. I I always thought this was decent. I don't think I thought it was great, but I think I thought it was reasonable. 4 mana for a 3/3 with fire breathing. Double red to give it flying till end of turn. If you're empty-handed, it's got double strike. Seems reasonable. You want a 4 mana dragon? Especially if you're looking at building something, inexpensive. It's still fine. It's not great. It's not, on the power level of modern 4 mana dragons. Because nowadays you're getting, 4 mana, 4/4 flying haste, yada yada yada. But if you're empty handed, it gets double strike, which is a pretty big upgrade. Kind of makes me wish that it was like discard a card to give it flying until end of turn instead. But it's still okay if you really need another 4 mana dragon, or any 4 mana dragons that you want are too expensive. It's still fine. Weight Aspires. This is a burn spell. This is a burn spell only useful against a creature. If I'm playing this, I would rather play Lightning Bolt, and I try to avoid playing cards like Lightning Bolt because creatures get out of Lightning Bolt range pretty easily in Commander. and if you know if the card I'm looking at does 2 damage or less, it's not worth playing unless there's something else going on. But as a burn spell, it's probably not worth playing. Would rather play a lot of these cards over Weight Aspires. Taste for Mayhem. Oh yeah, I think you might actually be Control Shift T. I do have Taste for Mayhem in here. There it is. Taste for Mayhem. 1 red gives +2 power. If I happen to be empty-handed, it's +4 power. I am actually fine with giving +2 power for a single red mana. I am fine with that. And it's like not even 10 cents. I am fine with that. Seal of Fire, again, the same problem. Like I already mentioned my stand on Lightning Bolt. Seal of Fire. The one thing the seals have going for them is that they tend to be set it and forget it, and the forget it extends to the point where people, like other players, often forget that they exist. And then you go, oh yeah, by the way, pop this. Demon Fire. X damage to any target. If creature dealt damage this way would die this turn, exile it instead. So I think that's disintegrate without the preventing regeneration clause. Disintegrate. It can't be regenerate. Yeah, it's the exact same thing, except no prevention on regeneration. It does, however, if you are Hellbent, the spell can't be countered and the damage can't be prevented. I will point out that this only has to deal 1 damage for the XL clause to kick in. It can be dealt damage. It can be hanged to the graveyard from combat damage or something else. If a creature dealt damage this way would die this turn, exile it instead. It doesn't say that Demon Fire has to be responsible for the creature dying. So, if you're looking for a big X spell, Demon Fire should be on your list of options. Worst Hole, whenever an opponent taps land for mana, tap all land that player controls. If creature and opponent control attacks, all creatures that opponent controls attack a Fable. So, basically, all your opponent's lands will tap in unison. They start tapping one, they all get tapped. And they all attack in unison. One creature attacks, they all attack. One land taps, they all tap. Specifically, only affecting opponents. Really annoying, frustrating for people that are trying to hold up mana for counter spells or whatever. Because basically it's like you get 1 counter spell. where you get any sort of safety net is if you happen to have free counters, i.e. Force of Will, Force of Negation, Fierce Guardianship, stuff of that nature. Anything that basically says you can cast me without having to pay mana. Also, the creatures attacking, it just says that they have to attack. It doesn't tap them. Which also means that things like Vigilance will kick in. So anything that gives your creatures Vigilance will help. But yeah. I think if I know I'm playing and Crim or I think if Crim's going to be at the table from MTG Goldfish, if Crim's going to be at the table, I'll play it. If Seth, probably better known as Saffron Olive, is going to be at the table, I'll play it. If this is, of course, when you turn around and play cards that force creatures to attack as well. Psychotic Fury. Is your general at least 2 colors? Do you plan on attacking with it at some point? Play Psychotic Fury. Wow. It's over $1 for the common. Actually, you know what? Alright. Yeah. And again, it doesn't have to be a creature you control. It's just target multicolored creature. And again, it replaces itself and it's only 2 mana. That is not bad. It is not easy to find cheap, like good cheap cantrips in red. It's gotten better over the years, but it's still not good if it's still not easy to find good cheap cantrips in red. Stalking Vengeance. Oh yes. Whenever another creature you control dies, it deals damage equal to its power to target player or planeswalker. 7 mana for 5/5 with haste. Yeah. Yeah. Have you got... Oh, man. If I took my... If I took the infinite creature generation combo thing I've got going on in my mono white deck, and I added red to it, you add this, and I just... By the way, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. Oh. Oh no. Throw Stalking Vengeance in a Team Splinter Twin. Yeah. There's certain cards that work really well when Intruder Alarm is in play. This, Splinter Twin plus this would be one of them. Wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see what we can get done for green. Street Savvy. Street Savvy. Dee 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 dee. Oh wow. 1 green. Giant creature gets +0/+2 and can block creatures with landwalk abilities as though they didn't have those abilities. A lot better than most people realize. What? There's a few cards that have landwalk that people like completely overlook. They completely forget the fact that it's got, like, for example, Shieldred Whispering one. This is a 7 mana, 6/6. Okay, people kind of remember that. At the beginning of your upkeep, you reanimate one of your creatures. At the beginning of everyone else's upkeep, they sack a creature. It's also got Swamp Walk, which is a piece of text that most people just completely don't remember is actually a thing. Because it's not the reason you play the card. You play the card because it's a healthy sized body that reanimates stuff. You reanimate it so it can reanimate other stuff. But there's all sorts of random landwalk that pops up here and there. Commonly Swamp Walk and Forest Walk. And Street Savvy just turns around and goes, cool. No. Like, throw this on one of your I don't know. Throw this on your flaring flamekin, and suddenly it can block stuff that's supposed to be unblockable. Wait, what? Do you know how many people you'll piss off with that? Stomp and Howl. Stomp and Howl, I think, should see more play than it does. Because, yeah, 3 mana, sorcery. I think people misread this. Because it's destroy target artifact and target enchantment. And there's a lot of enchantments that see play in Commander that people don't realize are, you know, like people do not remember how big enchantments are in Commander. And yes, some of them are game changers and some of them are not. And some decks are based around enchantments, and some creatures just happen to be enchantment creatures, etc., etc., etc. I think it's a good call that by the time you're ready to cast Stomp and Howl, you can find an enchantment to blow up. And there's pretty much always going to be an artifact you can blow up. Somebody's Soul Ring or Arcane Signet or whatever. Or a clue token when somebody's tapped out or what have you. You're going to find options. Simic Basilisk. Oh, look. So, 6 mana, Graft 3. Yep, back to the Graft routine. At least this is in a color where, +1 counters are known to make sense. Approximately equivalent to a 2/4. Why do I say that? Lines up better with Cockatrice and Thicket Basilisk. Green +1. Until end of turn, target creature with a +1 counter on it gains. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a creature, destroy that creature at the end of combat. Yeah. This is a sort of card where I could see myself throwing this in a decks with like Hydras and other stuff. And even if I've got like low to middle range Hydras, like 3/3s and 4/4s and whatever, if they're that size because of +1 counters, it's like, oh, hey, by the way. Yeah, and a turn kill that thing. It's kind of like giving your your creatures triggered death touch. Set a Spawn Shambler. 7 mana, 1 green +6 for Graft 6. Target creature with a +1 counter on it gains trample till end of turn. This is a card I could see throwing into like a common health stack. Because of that last ability. When I built common elves, I end up going with Faceless One as my commander. Because I was originally going to use Prismatic Piper. But there was no common commanders had partner. So I was just going to use them for end name green and go, okay, that. Well, then Faceless One came out, and I took a look, and there were common backgrounds. And I saw Master Chef. 1 green +2 other. Commander creatures you own have. This creature enters with an additional +1 counter on it. And other creatures you control enter with an additional +1 counter on them. I'm playing elves. Lords for elves. lords in general generally tend to be at least uncommon, if not rare or higher. They rarely, no pun intended, are common. Elves is no exception. I saw Master Chef. I saw something that basically ended up being a lord for my deck. Now you had Cytospawn Shambler. We'll get there eventually. You can give +1 counters to other creatures when they enter. So, kind of like a second Master Chef, to an extent. And then ping green to give creature +1. Giving a creature that's got a +1 counter on trample till end of turn. There are certain cards that are in this deck just so I can give my stuff trample. Spectral Hunt Caller. 5 mana for 4/4 Wolf Spirit. Pay 6. Creatures I control get +1/+1. Gain trample till end of turn. Wildheart Invoker. 4 mana for 4/3 Elf Shaman. Pay 8. Target creature gets +5/+5 and gains trample till end of turn. They're in there just to turn around and make my creature really big and give it trample. Well, less really big and more give it trample. This turns around and goes, hey, by the way, you're already a decent size. Here, have trample. So, if you're looking at building a deck of nothing but commons, like I have been doing, Cytospawn Shambler gets you a pretty deep way there. Toward, Cytospawn Shambler, having a creature at common that can give your other stuff trample is really nice. Simic Initiate. I don't think I'd play Simic Initiate into this kind of deck. I don't think I would. 1 mana for Graft 1 is fine. But you really need enough. If you're doing that, you really need enough Graft to do it. Verdant Eidolon. 4 mana. Green and sack it for 3 mana, pay 1 color. On a 2/2. Compared to the other ones, I kind of like this. Because you're at 4. Ping green and sacking this gets you +2 mana. So you pay 4 now. So you should have 4 as well next turn. If you don't have anything else going on, you pay green and sack, get, say, triple green. You're now at 6 mana. If you've also got a land drop, now you're at 7. But 6 mana, you should be able to do quite a bit. And the occasional recursion, and this is kind of storing mana to use like every other turn, which is fine. You know, this is probably the one Eidolon I would complain about the least. Because you can actually make useful use of it every other turn. Fertile Imagination, 4 mana for sorcery. Choose a card type. Target opponent reveals their hand. Create 2 1/1 saplings for each card of the chosen type revealed this way. Oh, your deck is largely colorless. I'm going to name artifact. Oh, you're playing based around auras or I'm gonna name enchantment. You're playing spell slingers, I'm probably gonna name sorcery. You're playing control, I'm probably gonna name instant. Oh, you're playing super friends, I'm gonna name planeswalker. A lot of these, a lot of, a lot of deck concepts lend themselves very strongly to a certain kind of deck, like a certain card type, I should say. You know, you're playing Slimes Against Humanity, I'm gonna name sorcery, etc. Yeah, fertile imagination, chances are you can play it. And you're in green, you have Eternal Witness and Timeless Witness and other similar cards. You can get this back. Um, what's not regrowth? Oh, there's also reclaim, etc. But no, there's one that also brings green cards specifically back, etc. Flash Foliage. Cast a spell only during combat after blockers are declared. Create a 1/1 green sapling creature token that's blocking target creature attacking you. Draw a card. I think this allows you to block an unblockable. The sapling token is blocking the attacking creature even if the block couldn't legally be declared. For example, if the creature has flying or is vindictive mob, because it's a sapling and saplings cannot be blocked by vindictive mob cannot be blocked by saplings. Yeah, I think this allows you to block something that's unblockable. Yeah, as long as you can. Yeah, because as long as you can target the creature, as long as you can legally target the creature with a green instant. Flash Foliage will turn around and go, hey, by the way, I'm blocking you. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm blocking you. Elemental Resonance. At the beginning of your first main phase, add mana equal to enchanted permanent's mana cost. So, if you put this on Galta, you put this in Galta, Primal Hunger. At the beginning of your first main phase, you're going to get 12 mana. 2 green and 10 colorless. If you get put on Gishath, you're going to get 8 mana. 1 of each of the colors in Naya, plus 5. Etc. Oh, at the beginning of your first main phase, it doesn't have to be a permanent you control. doesn't have to be yours. It just has to be a permanent. Oh, that's funny. You can throw this on somebody else's permanent. Spore back troll. 4 mana for Graft 2. Pay 2 to regenerate a creature with a +1 counter on it. It's fine. Although again, if you well, here's the thing. You can either play that, or you can play Asceticism, which is 1 more mana, 1 more green. Give all your creatures hexproof, and then for the same activation cost, regenerate target creature. I think I would rather play, in general, I'd rather play Asceticism. Like, in a vacuum, I would rather play Asceticism. With enough graft shenanigans, I may want to play the troll instead. Although, hilariously, Sporeback Troll, Asceticism, Troll Ascetic. Just putting that out there. Cetoplast Rootkin, 4 mana, Graft 4. Okay, cool. When it centers, put a +1 counter on each other creature you control with a +1 counter on it. Nice. Pay 2. Move a +1 counter from target creature you control onto this creature. If you have an effect like Doubling Season out, you graft, you pay 1 mana, or sorry, you graft, 1 counter goes from here onto this. But because Doubling Season, this becomes 2 counters. So you pay 2 mana. You take 1 of these counters to bring them back over here and get 2 counters. So you have netted yourself an additional counter here and an additional counter on the Rootkin. This is part of the reason why Doubling Season ends up consistently being being a higher dollar card. Not like recently because it's got so many prints lately. You know, it's got 3 prints in the Wilds of Eldring and Enchanting Tales, which was 23? Yeah, 23. And then 4 different versions in Foundations. This one being the one everyone wants because cats. Yeah. Honestly, this cat one is pushing the price of the other ones down. But it's eventually going to go back up and go back up and go back up. But if you've got an effect like that in play, like, again, this is the kind of shenanigans that keeps Doubling Season from not going down into the cellar. And even when there's doubling season, and Keeper's Talent. If you would put one of her counters on a permanent player, put twice that many instead. Whenever land, put a +1. If you would put one or more counters on a permanent player, put twice that many instead. No, I still have you, don't I? I think so. Yeah, so this, that. If one, oh, Benevolent Hydra? And there's what if one or more would be put on another creature, you control that many +1. Interesting. Yeah. So there's like 4 cards in green that let you put additional counters on stuff. Augustin Spider. 2 mana for a 2/2. Target creature with a +1 counter on it gains reach till end of turn. Yeah, it's fine. You're basically looking at a 2/2 spider that with activated reach. This is going to be more interesting now because of the Spider-Man set that came out recently. Saying this as we're around the corner from Avatar. Like, Avatar is this coming weekend. But, yeah. So, Cytoplast Rootkin. Yeah, you're going to be playing that a lot. If you care about +1 counters, that plus doubling season just... Or, Spikes, I think, also do it. Aquastrand Spider. Probably only a big deal right now because of Spider-Man. Spouting Phyto Hydra. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, you may create a token that's a copy of this creature. Yeah, the funny... it's a 5 mana 0/2. But if... Like, the funny thing is, this doesn't survive Storm's Wrath, etc. Star of Extinction, whatnot, per se. But the ability triggers on stuff dealing damage. The triggered ability will resolve after state-based effects have resolved, killing the original. Should actually, yeah, a token copy of Sprouting Phyto Hydra is created even if the damage dealt to Sprouting Phyto Hydra destroys it. Yeah, you will end up like the Sprouting Phyto Hydra. Even if damage would kill it, will keep sprouting more Phyto Hydras. There's a reason it's a 5 mana 0/2 with Defender. Because it's going to keep making more and making more and making more. You need a destroy / exile effect that's not damaged to get rid of it. You need like terminate. You need oh man, whatever you do, don't saw it in half. Oh no. Yeah. Thrive. I think we may have talked about that during Prophecy. Put +1 counter on each of X target creatures. I probably should throw that in my elf deck. I didn't, but I probably should. I'm gonna have so much mana. It's like, yeah, I've got like 8 spare mana here. These guys can each get a +1 counter on them. Maya the Nephilim, 2 mana instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn for each of its for each of its colors. If you're looking for giant growth effects, like if your general is 2 colors, it's going to get +4/+4, which is fine. If it's 3 colors, it gets +6/+6. Might of the Nephilim ideally wants to be played on a general or whatever other creature you're using. That's at least 3 colors. Are you, is there a reason you're playing with pump spells that, is there a reason you're playing with instant pump spells? Are you playing some kind of infect deck and your general, and the creature you're using is at least 2 colors? I find that difficult to believe, but not impossible. Grafted exoskeleton, I think it is, does some nasty things. Yep. +2/+2 and has infect. So, yeah, if you've got a grafted exoskeleton to throw on a general that's at least 2 colors, and I would say 3. Bam. It's getting +2 there. If it's 3 colors, it's getting +6. So 6, 7, 8. If it's got at least 2 power on its own, that's 10 poison. Indrik Stomphowler. 5 mana for 4/4 comes in play. Naturalize. Yep. Worth playing. If you want a green creature that comes into play and naturalize, play this. If you want more flexibility than naturalize, and you don't mind a smaller body, consider Acidic Slime. Because Acidic Slime, I believe, is artifact, creature, or land. Sorry, artifact, enchantment, or land. So, same options as naturalize, with land as a third option. And you get a 2/2 Death Touch, which will stop a lot of things. It'll stop a lot of people from attacking because you got a creature with Death Touch. Loaming Shaman. When it enters, target player shuffles a number of target cards from their graveyard into their library. So, you choose the target. You choose all the targets. Targets a player but doesn't target any cards. Yeah. So if you target a player but no cards, they have to shuffle. Oh, that's funny. Let me just fire that off to a friend real quick. Loaming. Normally, you're going to use this on yourself to shuffle stuff back into your deck. Occasionally, targeting somebody else and saying, "Hey, by the way, shuffle those things back in," is a little more situationally appropriate. It's still a good card. Protean Hulk. Um, Simple. 7 mana, 6/6. When it dies, search your library for any number of creatures, total mana value 6 or less, put them on the battlefield and shuffle. There are combos that exist because of this card. It's not easy to pull off. It's also harder to pull off because you are looking at Commander and everything's one-ofs. But it's doable. Okay, no. But yeah, I still reanimate this, even if so I can get, like, okay, it dies. I get a 6-drop out of my deck into play. Okay, I'm pretty sure I can find a 6-drop that's worth playing. Where are you? Jund Reanimator. Details. Sort by mana. Turgrid, Phyrexian Delver, Fair Game. Volrath the Fallen, the Fair Game. Zathra Gorgon, Noxious Gearhulk, Shadowgang Brothers, Fair Game. As in stuff that's actually worth fetching out with it. Gravebreaker, Lamia, maybe. 6 mana, Zeator, Kotofad, Nylea's Forerunner, Karazakar, Junji, Ant Queen, Uvenwald Entity, Nylea probably. Oh yeah, and I also get to pull out my Dryad Arbor. Lol. Okay. So, I don't have crazy options, but I have options. And then Utopia Sprawl is basically a wild growth, but you get to choose what color you tap for, you get from it, but it has to go onto a forest specifically. Meh. Alright. Let's go through these guys real quick. Squealing Devil. 2 mana for a 2/1. With Fear. When it enters, you may pay X. Target creature gets +X/+0 till end of turn. When it enters, sacrifice unless black was spent to cast it. So basically, to keep it around, you have to spend red-black. And if you do, you get a 2/1 with Fear. If you... Okay. You can pay X to basically Howl from Beyond. Killsuit Cultist. Red for 1/1. Tax each combat Fable. Pay a black and sack it. Next time, damage should be dealt to target creature this turn. Destroy that creature instead. Next time, damage would be dealt to target creature this turn. Destroy that creature instead. Basically saying that the recipient of the damage is treated as though the source had death touch. Kinda, sorta. It's fine. Silkwing Scout. Blue +2 for a 2/1 Fairy Scout. Not great, but it's okay. Pay green and sack it. Search for a basic land card, put on the battlefield, tapped and shuffle. You're paying 1 less mana than Rampant Growth, but you're sacking the creature. The thing is, I would say that after green, historically, blue has been the next best color to try and make off-colored mana. Because blue can turn around and say, hey, by the way, you're an island till end of turn. Hey, by the way, you're a plains till end of turn. Hey, by the way, you're a forest till end of turn, etc. So, it's fine. Nettling Curse. 3 mana, or whenever enchant creature attacks or blocks, its controller loses 3 life. Pay red and 1, enchant creature attacks this turn at Fable. I feel like you want to be in some kind of vaguely pillow fort deck, and you want to throw them on creatures that are worth actually attacking with. Like something that's at least a 4/4. Because you don't want to throw it on like a 1/1 or a 2/2 because that'll die too easily. So you need to be able to throw it on something that's going to live for a while. Or, hilariously, there's the walls of Szikszai. And if somebody's got that out, you force it to block. You forget the red activation. Every time it blocks, this controller loses 3 life. Maybe. Crypt Champion. Oh, this was a thing. Oh, you've got double strike. I forgot that was a thing. So, 1 red +3. Or sorry, 1 black +3 for 2/2 with double strike. When it enters sack unless red is spent to cast it. So if you want to keep it around, it's black plus red +2. When it enters, each player puts a creature mana value 3 or less from the graveyard onto the battlefield. So everyone gets Unearth, basically. Actually, Unearth is everyone too, isn't it? Oh no, Unearth is... What's the one I'm thinking of? Exhume? Exhume. Exhume is the one everyone gets. Alright, so it's a cross between Unearth and Exhume. Anyway, everyone gets a cheap creature back. But you get a 4 mana. You get a 2/2 double strike in addition. I mean, I can see this being. I can see my way around playing that. Ocular Halo. 4 mana for an enchant creature. Pay a white, enchant creature gains vigilance till end of turn, which, if you think about it, it's kind of like saying, you know, you could make a blue activation cost and go, you know, untap enchant creature. Enchant creature has tap, draw a card. Yeah, being able to go tap, draw a card is kind of good. Kind of a little good. Azorius Herald. 1 white plus 2 for 2/1 unblockable, which is kind of nice. When it enters, gain 4 life. When it enters, sack unless blue is spent to cast it. So blue plus white plus 1 for 2/1 unblockable comes into play, gain 4 life. Yeah, okay. Okay. I can see that if you're playing blue-white spirits of some description. It is not a bad option. Court Hussar. This used to be annoying back in the day. 1 blue plus 2 for 1/3 with vigilance. When it enters, sack unless white was spent to cast it. Okay, so white plus blue plus 1 got you a 1/3 with vigilance. But the more relevant part was its come to play ability. When it enters, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 in your hand, and the rest on the bottom in any order. People did not actually care about the body. They cared about the come to play. Like, they played this for the come to play ability, and the body was a random occasional bonus. Simic Rabgrim. 1 green plus 3 for 3/3. Pay a blue to untap it. Like, you throw any kind of reason for this to be tapping on it. You know, any sort of reason for this to tap. Like, Viridian Longbow, for example. And it starts getting silly really fast. Was it Heavy Arbalist? Whoops. Yeah. Equipment, which is like 3 to cast, 4 to equip. Equip creature doesn't untap normally. Don't care, you pay a blue to untap it. Equip creature has tap, 2 damage to any target. Thunk! Potato Viper. 1 green plus 3 for a 2/1 flyer. Meh. But when it enters, make two 1/1 snakes. Okay. When it enters, sack unless blue is spent to cast it. So if you want to keep it, you're paying green plus blue plus 2. You get a 2/1 flying snake and 2 1/1 snakes. That seems perfectly fine to me. I just wish I didn't have to. I mean, this is the kind of card where You know, I wish this I wish this was like sacrifice unless double green was spent to cast it or something like that, because then I could put in my mono green uh control flying beatdown deck. But you know, you get what you can. Soulsworn Jury. This thing is great. One green, two other for a 1/4 with Defender, which is fine. Pay a green and one and sack it, counter target creature spell. Oh look, you're trying to cast your general? Do I let you have it? Sure, I'll let it go this time. Etc. Plax Manta. One green plus one for a 2/2 with flash. Uh, when it enters, creatures you control gain Shroud till end of turn. When it enters, sack unless green was spent to cast it. So if you want to keep it, you've got green plus blue for 2/2 with flash. That gives creature Shroud until end of turn. I don't think in most cases I would keep the creature bit. I think I would just count it as a. I think I'd count it as a creature spell that would basically come into play dead. That would give my stuff Shroud till end of turn. Alright. Dreadslag. Dreadslag, don't bother. Unless you can keep yourself Hellbent, or almost Hellbent most of the time, do not bother. You get 2 cards in hand. This is a 5 mana 1/1. The only saving grace on this at all is if you can remove its abilities. At which point then you're looking at a 5 mana 9/9. If it's a 5 mana 9/9 vanilla creature, it's not too bad. But honestly, if you're not doing that, don't. Vision Intuition. Green plus blue plus 3. Choose card types, then reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Oh. So this is kind of like mulch. Mulch. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put all lands revealed and the rest in your graveyard. Choose a card. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put all cards so that choose. Yeah. This is mulch. Except mulch is a sorcery. You're paying a little more because this is an instant, and because you're choosing a card type. So I would say that it is mulch is green plus 1. Pay an extra 1 for instant. So you're paying blue plus 1 to do it for any card type. Paying blue plus 1 to do it for any card type. But basically this is mulch for anything, which is not terrible. Really, I would play this if your deck is heavy on one specific card type, like if it's heavy on creatures or heavy on instants or heavy on artifacts. I don't think I'd bother in general. But it's fine. Twin Strike. Black plus red plus 3 instant. 2 damage to each of 2 target creatures. Destroy them instead if you've got no cards in hand. Just, no. Don't. I mean, honestly, I would play Dead Ringers over this. And Dead Ringers is kind of bad. Black plus 4 sorcery. Destroy 2 target non-black creatures unless either is the color the other isn't. In other words, 2 target creatures. They cannot be black. They have to have the exact same color scheme as each other otherwise. So if one's white-green and one is white-blue, it's not going to work. If they're both white-green, cool. If one's white-green and one is white-green-red, it won't work. They have to both have the exact same color scheme, and neither of the colors can be blue, or can be black. If they're both colorless, you're good. I would rather play that over Twin Strike. And it's still bad. Right, Spikes? Again, +2, -1 for 1 Rakdos mana. In general, I would consider this a pump spell. But do be aware it can also be a removal spell. Assault Zeppelin. Green plus blue +2 for a 3/3 flying trample. Back in the day. Back in the day, it was pretty good. It's okay now. But back in the day, this was actually quite reasonable. Honestly, if I'm playing with just commons and I'm playing, and I'm playing Simic, if I don't have a specific eye towards what kind of deck I'm, like maybe I'm building Beast Tribal, I could see that. I could see that easily. Research and development. The problem with research and development is the research part does not really work in Commander. Apparently, a card that can bring itself from outside the game into the game is cool. A card that can bring other cards from outside the game into the game is not. So realistically, the only reason to play development, research and development, is for development. Create a 3/1 red elemental creature token unless any opponent has you draw a card. Repeat this 2 more times. The tokens don't die at an end of turn, unlike a lot of 3/1 elemental tokens, or X1 elemental tokens. Normally those die at the end of turn. No, these actually stick around until they die by other means. I would say that you'd probably get 5 power and a card and a half. Which seems meh. Does not say. Alright. But yeah, it's the only reason to play research and development in Commander is because of development. Are you playing, whatchamacallit? Are you playing an Is It, or Is It Plus deck based around tokens? And in this case, it's an instant creating the tokens. Then it might be worth a thing. Wind Reaver. So, this is trying to be yet another Morphling. So, let's pull up Morphling to start off with. So, 2 blue plus 3 for 3/3. Blue to untap it. Blue to give it flying. Blue to give it shroud. Oh, they actually were written out back in the day. Pay 1 to give +1 power and -1 power, or -1 toughness, or 1 to give it -1 power +1 toughness. Okay. We already get the flying. White to give it vigilance instead of untapping. White to give +0/+1 until end of turn. Pay blue to swap its power and toughness. Pay blue to return to its owner's hand. The last ability is basically emulating giving it shroud. If you just switch its power and toughness now, it becomes a 3/1. So blue and then +2, you will end up with basically a 3/3. Apply after all. Effects that switch a creature's power and toughness apply after all other effects, regardless of when those effects began to apply. For example, if you target a 1/2 creature, then give it +2/+0 later in the turn, it's 2/3, not a 4/1. Oh. So that doesn't work the way I think it does. Because a 1/2 would make it into a 3/2, and then it swaps into a 2/3. Okay. Yeah. So this, again, this is trying to be morphling. It's not quite there, but it's kind of a, it's a nod to morphling. If you want something morphling-esque, play that. Azorius First Ring, are you playing Griffin Tribal? This is not unreasonable. Protection from enchantments means you can't throw auras on it, but it also means people can't do pacifism, arrest, or modern versions of those cards. And you get 1 blue, 1 white for a 2/2 flyer, which is fine. Would not complain too loudly about this, especially again if you're playing if you're playing a Griffin deck. It seems actually fine. Azorius Ploy. 2 white plus 1 blue plus 1 for an instant. Prevent all combat damage. Target creature would deal this turn. Prevent all combat damage should be dealt to target creature this turn. Oh. So you go. This creature isn't dealing combat damage. This creature isn't taking combat damage. They can be the same creature. They can be different creatures. It's kind of like Agony Warp. Target creature gets -3 power till end of turn. Target creature gets -3 toughness till end of turn. You can target the same creature, the same creature both, or you can target different creatures. So, yeah, similar idea with the Azorius play. Hit and run. For 1 black, 1 red plus 1 instant, target player sacks an artifact or creature of their choice, and then hit deals damage to that player equal to that permanent's mana value. Or run, 1 red plus green plus 3 instant, attacking creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn for each other attacking creature. If you are playing Jund and you're playing with a bunch of small creatures, whether they're goblins or zombies or elves or some amalgamation thereof, saplings, who knows what. But if you're playing Jund and you're playing with a bunch of small creatures, run this at least for the run. I attack with 5 creatures. All my creatures are getting +5 power till end of turn. Sorry, +4 power till end of turn. Because you count the number of creatures and ignore 1 because it doesn't count itself. And that's how much power they get. Rakdos Augur Mage. 2 black plus red for a 3/2 first strike. Fill your hand and discard a card of target opponent's choice. Then that player fills their hand, discards a card of your choice. Activate only as a sorcery. I mean, the ideal time to do that is when you're empty-handed. Or you've only got 1 card left in hand. Or none of your cards matter. Or the only card that's left in your hand is something you want in your graveyard anyway. Or something you want to discard, etc., etc., etc. AKA, do you have a reason for discarding this card? That being said, you still have a 3 power first strike creature for 3 mana. So, it's not bad. Yeah. I would probably largely play this as a 3 mana 3/2 that once it got my hand sculpted the way I wanted it, would get a card into my graveyard. Leaf Drake Roost. Wow. Green plus blue plus 3. Enchant land has pay green plus blue, tap, make a 2/2 flyer. So if you're already considering cards like Earthcraft, and you're in Simic, you might want to be looking into a Leaf Drake Roost. Alright, artifacts. The 3 signets we know about. Transskill Courier. Is 5 colors. So even at deck construction, this is a 5-color card. Rakdos Right Knife. A quick creature gets +1/+0 for each blood counter on this equipment and has tap, sack a creature. Put a blood counter on Rakdos Right Knife. So basically build it up with enough blood counters. Then you pay black and red and sack the knife. Target player sacks a permanent of their choice for each blood counter on it. So you want to do aristocrats-ish stuff to the point where you have enough counters on it. You go, cool, now I'm going to sack this equipment. Sacrifice 12 permanents, please. You get to choose, but sacrifice 12 permanents, please. Wait, what? So, I think if you're playing Eldrazi, so you'd have to play 5-color Eldrazi. Go ahead and slip that in there. Evolution Vat. Pace. Okay. 3 to cast. 3 tap. Tap target creature and put a +1 counter on it. Till end of turn, that creature gains. Pay green, blue 2. Double the number of counters on this creature. So if there's 1 counter already on it, it'll go to 2. You pay 4 mana, it gets 2 more, goes to 4. Pay 4 mana again, it'll double to 8. Pay 4 more again, it'll double to 16. If you've got Doubling Season in play, you put 1 counter on it. It actually generates 2. Let's assume there's 1 counter to begin with. So it's going to be 3. Pay 4. Double number of counters. So you would try to put 3 counters on it. You'd make 6. So that would become 9. So with a Doubling Season effect in play, that would actually triple the number of counters on it. That's kind of silly. Hey, 7 +1 counters, who knew? Walking Archive. 3 mana for a 1/1 with Defender. Enters with a +1 counter on it. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player draws a card for each +1 counter on this creature. Pay blue, white, and 2, put a +1 counter on the Walking Archive. That's adorable. I have a 7/7 creature at the beginning of each player's at the beginning of each upkeep. That player draws 7 cards. Wow. Oh, that's funny. Walking Archive. Hey, let's play Azorius Mill. I have an Azorius Mill deck. And then lands. Alright, so 3 shock lands we know about. The 3 bounce lands we know about. So that leaves these 5 here. Pillar the Parents. Tap for mana of any color, spend only, cast multicolored spell. Are you building gold dot deck? You play this. Ghost Quarter. Wow. Taps for colors. Tap, sack a land, destroy target land. Its controller may search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, and shuffle. You can combine this with Flagstones or Trocare, or or the various bridges that came out of, I think it's Modern Horizons 2. I cannot, yeah, Razortide Bridge. MH2, yep. That got reprinted in Brothers War Commander, Edge of Fraternities Commander, Fallout, etc. So, because it says target land, not target land you control or target land an opponent controls. So, you can make use of that. And then the last three lands here are Prov Spire of Order, taps for colors, blue, white, 4 tap, prevent all damage a source of your choice would deal this turn. Again, doesn't have to be a creature, it can be a spell. Cool, I'll tap 6 mana and this. I say no to damage being done by Starve Extinction. What? Yeah, Starve Extinction, it'll blow up the land but nothing else. Rick's Maddie, Dungeon Palace, taps for colors, pay black plus red plus 1 and tap it. Each player discards a card, activate only as a sorcery. And Novigen, Heart of Progress. No, all three of these lands are not legendary. Taps for colors, pay green and blue and tap it, put +1 counter on each creature that entered this turn. I might slip Prov into like the occasional deck just because if somebody's going to do something silly like, you know, a Starve Extinction style effect, it gives me an out to it. Rick's Maddie, I'm probably not touching just because it doesn't do anything I'm looking for. Novigen, it's I think my biggest problem with it is that it only hits stuff that entered this turn. I'd rather it was each creature you control, but that's not what the card does. That being said, if you're making a bunch of tokens, for example, actually, I could put this in Temur Splinter Twin. Anyway, it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. Oof. Time to log out, people. We will see you guys next week. So long and thanks for all the fish, pastrami, and everything else. Good night.